Oh, yeah, cool. All right. Well, as the dog meme says, I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm just going to start streaming this fun project I'm working on to get some stuff to production today because we're gonna ship things on a Friday when you're not supposed to, in theory. And I am playing music in the background, and I have no idea if it's too loud or whatever because I've never played music in the background during a live stream. But if you see me looking this way, it's because I'm looking at something that I don't want to share with everybody. If I'm looking this way, it means I'm looking at my heads up display, basically, of what you're seeing. And then this is me working. So let's do it. So, yeah, the first thing I've been working on is a total redesign of the Summit canvas, how it looks and everything, which is pretty exciting. So, this is the new version. And I'll show you the old version so you can get an idea. So I'm finishing this. And let's see. Good example. Yeah, this is actually the same model. So this is what it looks like now. And let's see. I want to watch the chat myself. Cool. So if you reply in any of these channels, I'll be able to see it. So this is what it looks like now. And this is what it's gonna look like by the end of this live stream. So this is in my local environment. And did a whole bunch of work with the help of GPT. So that's actually something I want to weave into this is just like how much GPT helped me do this, which I am. So what's my background? So I am a developer since 2001, basically 2000. So 20 something years. Python, spent a decade writing JavaScript before it turned into what it is today, modern JavaScript. And so it was kind of daunting to come back into front end stuff. Basically, we have a lot more front end needs than we have in the past, and decided to not just write back end code anymore, but also write front end stuff. And wanted to contribute, but the problem is I've never gotten my head around React. I keep trying. So basically, what I've done is I will go into a file. So the one I've been working on is this. This is a component we have called EventBox, and this EventBox component, this entire thing here, all this is responsible for is just rendering these little boxes, which tells you how much is going on inside these boxes. It's more than meets the eye. A lot of state, a lot of stuff going on in these. This holds the code that runs Summit as a development environment. But anyway, I was looking at this file going, I want to upgrade the way this looks because there's not much to be proud of here with this little box looking like it does. And actually, shout out to default.com. They just released a workflows product this week. And this is tasty, these boxes here with the icons and the headers and everything. And I'm like, dang, I want Summit to look like that. We should look like that too. So I want to get rid of these, frankly, ugly little boxes, which are functional. They work. This thing here actually calls out to data sources, HubSpot, Intercom, Stripe, Postgres, GPT, passes it all to GPT and then generates a response. So it does a lot of work, but it just doesn't look tasty like that default one does. So definitely got a little jealous earlier this week when Nico sent out his update. I'm like, man, how can we make our workflows, how can we make our boxes look nice like this? So default.com, by the way, if you're looking for a way to automate sales and marketing workflows, check them out. But so here I am looking at this and I'm like, I want this to look better. Come into this file and I don't know if I won't call myself a 10x developer, but I write a lot of code. I've written a lot of code for a lot of 2 startups now for 20 years. And so I would say I'm decent, but I'm not going to learn and pick up all of this TypeScript and React stuff overnight. So use ChatGPT to basically say, I know what I want to do. Can you help me do it? And I literally started yesterday afternoon. And basically this chat goes, I think this chat is basically my entire, did I start with that? No, this was Git stuff that I was complaining about. Okay, so I basically started yesterday afternoon. I don't know if it has the timestamps on here. Right about, I do subscribe to Plus. Okay, cool. So yeah, yesterday afternoon, I don't know, let's call it 5 p.m. And through all of this chatting back and forth, I was able to modify this file so that now instead of looking like this, it looks like this, which is very exciting. So logos, outlines, it's tasty, feels modern, like I want it to look. Same functionality under the hood, but just very, very exciting. So I was working on this first and this UI redesign, getting it done. And yeah, so what am I doing right now? Right now is that, yeah, if the logo is a CRM that's connected in our integration screen, so Salesforce, HubSpot, don't have Pipedrive in here yet. Monday or Airtable, it'll show the logo, but I wanted to add logos in too. Like if you're just connecting to, any old data source, I wanted to show those logos as well. Any old data sources in like Stripe and some of this stuff. So showing that. And as I hinted, Intercom is a new integration that we just got approved to have. So this is really exciting to see the logo in here. Definitely stoked. So yeah, I want to add a couple more logos. This is going to be a live stream that's more like some downtime because I'm going to have to code and think. But I am, to summarize, I call myself a junior React dev. Thank you, Nelson. I appreciate that. From a man of taste, I appreciate that a lot. So yeah, and I can do this too. How cool is that? Woohoo! Yeah, so I want to get this live. There's gonna be some downtime in this. Basically, this first phase, getting this live, is adding some more logos. Like if people hit Google Maps, I thought it'd be cool to show the logo. I have a current prospect that's interested in linear. So yeah, actually driving workflows off of linear tickets and changes. So just to spice that up, I wanted to add in a linear logo, basically detecting for that. So I'm going to add probably linear to this, and then call this a done thing, and then ship this. And then while this is shipping to staging, we will start tackling the next thing, which is need to update some permissions, and I want to get this intercom integration live today too, and show you guys what that looks like. But yeah, if you're watching, feel free to ask questions, and I will do my best. So yeah, let's do some stuff. Cool. All right, and yeah, feel free to put me in the background or whatever. Come and go. This is the brave new world we're in. So, all right. Thinking. Let me add. So these are my checking for logos. These are all the defaults. Let me just find. I have Stripe already. There we go. There's Stripe. Stripe and Intercom. I wanted to add linear here. So, and you're also going to see my. I don't use VS Code. I'm pretty old school. I'm just rocking Sublime. Sometimes the band, but mostly the editor. Terrible. And now what I need is linear. What is linear's API endpoint? Usually something like API dot. We will end up OAuthing to them in a future integration, but for now, people can use our vault to interact with their own linear accounts. Let's see, getting started. This is showing me everything using code, but if I'm just going to the endpoint, let's see. Just give me the domain, man. Just need the domain. Here we go. No, they really don't want me to. They really want me to use the SDK. There we go. All right. Yep. API.linear.app. Cool. So if we detect this inside the request event, we are going to show the linear logo. And oh yeah, I don't think there's no way Font Awesome has linear. No, Font Awesome does not have linear. So I think that's okay because we have some custom logos up here too. So we're just gonna steal this. We can't rely on Font Awesome. I think this is what we want. Oh yeah, let me get my stuff loaded. This will recompile. By the way, questions about anything is game. I talk a lot on Twitter. Talk a pretty big game. So open to shots, thoughts, anything. Pretty wild week on Twitter for me. I made some unsolicited comments about the rabbit device. Cool. All right. Smooth. Cool. Yeah, let's get the linear logo from somewhere. All right. Amazing how many times it's Wikipedia or something else. Oh, maybe linear will have it. There we go. But yeah, you can see one of the things I love about being a founder and being a full stack dev at the same time is it's kind of ridiculous just being able to move between sales, product, strategy, code, shipping code, all in the same day. Yesterday was like that. Today is not like that, thanks to the meetings. So logo dark is what we want. Thanks to lack of meetings. So, but it's addictive. I can see it would be very hard to not do that anymore. I have to say, doing this redesign, it's so easy to overlook this stuff. How many meetings do you think it would have taken to redesign this to look like this at a company of over 50 people? I was able to do it in 4 hours while watching the Knicks game, which was, to me, the Philadelphia game. But yes, this redesign was 4 hours long, thanks to being able to just make 105 executive decisions, which was amazing. And honestly, for a first version, that's usually what you need. So yes, so here we go. All right, so just a small moment of reflection and Thanksgiving. All right, let's go in here. I got this logo, got it copied. I did that already. So I love also how you can't just use SVGs because sometimes SVGs, man, it's a format that somehow has endured. So yes, you can see I don't use prettier. I'm very old school, but if I can redesign stuff like that in a few hours, I don't really care. I should learn more. I'm always learning more, but not always today. All right, this is cool. Linear's color, and they have this nice blue. By the way, the Stripe official logo is called Blurple. Shout out to anyone from Stripe watching this. Amazing. I'd never heard Blurple before, but y'all went for it. But if you look up Stripe guidelines, they call it Blurple. Not sure how I'm going to get Linear's colors. No, they should give it Linear, man. They got it together. Look at this. Oh my gosh. I got to copy the color. Linear. This is why everyone loves you. Okay. I was able to just literally click copy on a freaking swatch. You know our love language. You have us figured out. So I want that. Dude, it's the little things. That is attention to detail. Appreciated. Ridiculous. Very ridiculous. Okay, so we got that. Now, probably, I mean, in theory, this is going to work. So let me, this is my PNPM thing that refreshes every time I save. By the way, I didn't set that up. That's a Peter Bulka special. I don't do any of the setup for the front end stuff. If it weren't for him dragging me through the mud, I would not be able to contribute anything because this modern framework stuff is this is where I take out my fist and shake it at the sky. So, all right. Let's refresh. Didn't break anything. And now, in theory, if this request was coming from Linear, was it linear.com? No, linear.app. All right, it disappeared. Perfect. Well, it disappeared at least. We got the reaction. We got a reaction. That's because the icon is null. And these icons are not null. So we're going to go into where we use our request config. Cool. And yeah, if the icon is null, we need to use the actual SVG one, which we do elsewhere. I wonder which one do we do that for? I didn't promise this would always be entertaining. All right. That is one where we're not using Font Awesome. Oh, no, we are. We're just passing it in. Let's see. We do that for GPT SVG. Yeah, these are for these. So I should be able to just use the same logic. Again, this is a junior React dev with the assistance of GPT writing a lot of front end conditional stuff. So uh, this is somewhere between asking GPT to help me and believing I can figure out. Okay, so there it is. This is where we can use the custom thing if we don't have it. Okay, so if we don't have the icon, so here we go. We're good. We're good. We're good. So I just need to go into the part where it has request config and div color icon or this. Yes, pattern matching. Pattern matching. There we go. It's in here. Now this is probably going to break it, but paste. Maybe not. This is valid, right? Cool. What we're doing is making sure that we can use custom SVGs when we don't have the icon and font awesome, because it is awesome, but it doesn't have everything. And I guess if I hit save and it's not accurate, nope, that's valid. Cool. Let's refresh this. See if we see linear. Ha! We do see linear. Look at that. Sweet. Okay. Let's make it the right size. That is way too big. 7. Actually, I might need to edit the SVG. Also, we need to get their custom color in here. Yeah, that did nothing. All right. We need to, because we're using SVG. Right. That's dictating this. So we're going to leave that alone. Come back to the SVG and edit. All right. Linear, yes. 200 by 200. I don't think so. What do we use for these? Yeah. We have a GPT one, which has class on it. Let's use that. Someone said this morning, if you don't write your own code, whatever, you're not a 10x dev. I think 10x devs using GPT is where it's at, mostly because I think you have to know what the heck the stuff actually means in order to make changes. So let's do this. All right. So yeah, I think if you use GPT and you have no idea what the output is, I think you might be in trouble. But if you know what the output is, even better. Beautiful. Sizing looks good. Got our purple stripe. I don't want to use black though. We want to make this amazing. Again, we're copying the swatch. Linear, beautiful. That just frickin' goes here. How amazing. Well, yeah, so we didn't actually need it and we don't need it. Well, it is here. It's kind of redundant. I'm going to leave it. I'm not worried about perfect lack of technical debt today. Today is a shipping day. Hot tamale. All right. That's cool. So yeah, if we automatically detect it, now we can do others if we want to. Man, I'm tempted to do Google Maps and other APIs. I asked GPT actually what the most popular. No, I asked Claude. I use Claude as well. I asked Claude what the most popular APIs are for developers because I thought it's just a delightful little nugget to see these things pop up, these logos pop up automatically. Google Maps, Twitter, but that's going to be OAuth, Facebook, YouTube, GitHub, Stripe. I covered Twilio and weather related for another day. Twilio and weather related would be next. So for now, that looks great. And I'm happy. So let's bundle this up, make sure all the tests are passing, and let's get this redesign shipped. I've used the same terminal colors and backgrounds since like 2001. It's probably pretty jank. It's hard to read actually sometimes. I don't know why I do it to myself. Actually, I do. It's because I'm too darn lazy to change it. I don't care. I haven't correlated failure to the suboptimal terminal colorings yet. So once I do, I'll be all over it. I also haven't correlated success to being inbox 0, so I'm not that either. Alrighty. So yeah, we will ship this we'll merge this into main, ship this to staging. And while that's happening, I'm going to switch over to the intercom integration, which was approved. And really all that is that's just an OAuth integration. So when we come back into this screen on the other branch, you'll see that you'll see intercom show up here. You have to submit an app to their app store to get the intercom OAuth allowed. And that's just more secure and it's less maintenance for our users. We are a development platform, so users kind of like Think of it like Replit for no coders. So people can use their own API keys. We store them in a vault. They're environmental variables. But OAuth is just easier, and we can rotate tokens for them and refresh and all that stuff. So, all right, that built. Cool. And by the way, I know y'all are more efficient than me at this stuff, but I'm happy. All right. Cool. All right. Oh yeah, I added Stripe and I went for the Gusto and added linear. I don't even know why I have to do this, honestly. I'm not a Git expert. Git breaks my brain because when my brain was forming around code, I used an old school thing called Subversion, which I'd have to sit in a rocking chair and grab my cane to tell you about. But we used to use Subversion, and that's kind of how my brain got shaped. Before that, I used PVCS. So Git, I even have a book on Git, and I just never been able to wrap my brain around it. So all my commands are kind of like I look them up as I go. I have to admit. Okay, but that is shipped. Now we can come into GitHub. We do use GitHub Actions again. Shout out to Peter. As you can see, I've been coding more lately. Got the green dots going. A lot of green dots going. Not so much. So this is me, by the way, from several startups ago. So 2014, man, I am CEOing. I'm CEOing and enterprise selling. I'm not writing any code. I don't even know what I was doing on this day. Why I added. I might have an idea. All right, 2015, an entire year with nothing. 2016, look at this. Look what happens when you're just doing enterprise sales. And then I had an idea for a new thing in 2018, which is what this became. Started working on that in 2019. Got a little funding in April. This is me focusing on sales. This is me realizing that it wasn't working yet. Sales, not working yet. Sales, not working yet. 2021, Peter took over a ton. 2022, same. 23, end of 23, I got a little bit of a groove back. And then in 24, I've been kind of setting it on fire again because I just want to do all this front end work. So this is my, looking back. Entire years with nothing. It's amazing I didn't lose it. But I guess, if you go back before 2014, there's 12 other years of coding where I didn't use Git. So it's not there, but let the record show. I've been coding for a while. All right. Let's go in here. We have an open source repository where we store Summit models, by the way, so no coders can just get started. I'm going to do the thing that just to create a pull request, and tests are going to run. We're going to let that run. And while that does, what am I going to do? Oh, the intercom stuff. Okay, yeah, let's start. Let's do that. So can I? Cool. Yeah. So we have an intercom integration. It is working. Well, it was approved. And again, it's just to add OAuth to the screen. So what I'm going to do is change to that branch. But actually, I'd like to be able to update it. This is, again, the brain breaking. Maybe I need to be a little bit more linear in this. All right. All right. What do I want to do? Kind of want this to... Yeah, I kind of want to merge this into main first. I'm going to let this merge into main first. I'm going to resist the urge to just keep entertaining you all at light speed and let this finish. Because then I can update main. Oh, JavaScript lint. Of course. Am I still on it? Yes. All right. So we got lint. Of course we do. I touched it. And I don't have the automatic prettier thing yet. Again, I know. Well, let's see. So event box changed. So that's good. I'm sure that was it. And I don't think I have to rebuild, right? If it's just lint delinting, right? Package doesn't change. All right. So yeah, using AI to write React. And then later, I'm going to use our AI feature. What I want to do is still plenty of time left in the day. What I want to do is I want to update we have a blank slate problem. If you create a new account and you don't have any models yet, the front screen that you get is like, you don't have any models yet, which sucks. So what I want to do is I want to put this create with AI feature instead of just saying you don't have any models yet. Tough luck, buddy. I want to put this create with AI feature component right on this page when you have blank slate. So that'll be next if we get there. All right. Cool. And if nothing else, maybe this makes you guys feel better about yourselves if you have weird coding habits too, or imperfect ones. I just don't care. I don't care enough to be live streaming in front of people. So the next conference I go to, someone like Benedict of User List is going to be there, and he's going to be like, dude, there's so much I have to teach you. And he's going to be right. But it's all right. I've gotten this far. All right. This is rechecking. The lint should be gone. This should pass. Thank you, Linear. You made my life easy. So cool. Yeah, I'm going to have to upgrade Summit to be able to paginate through API requests so that we can process a bunch of linear data at some point. So that'll be fun. But yeah, let's see. Got a weather app. This is cool. This is using the new styling. So this figures out what my IP address is, figures out my location from that IP address, grabs latitude and longitude, feeds those in the National Weather Service, grabs the URL for the forecast, fetches the forecast, and then spits it out into results. And I don't know if this still works because this has been written a while ago, but yeah, it did. Sweet. So this is today's forecast. So entirely no code, which I think is pretty rad. Entirely no code. I mean, and by the way, if I click set live, this is local, but if I click set live, this has an API now. So it's an entire one. Let's see, 1, 2, 3 request. And this would be quite a few lines of Python, but it's 1, 2, 3, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lines of Summit code. And if you want to know what the Summit code looks like, that's here. So we have a text-based version of Summit code now. So these are the 10 lines of code. So in the crazy thing about coding, okay, and this cuts across coding and no coding, is that we will end up writing hundreds of lines of code, maybe not hundreds for this, probably. If you include boilerplate, definitely. But the important bits are, I need to hit the IP info thing, grab the 1 bit of data, split it up, store it here, send it, get this other URL. Like, it's just the important bits, And so what Summit really is about letting you focus on just the important bits of doing something like this. And so you can just ship something sooner, which makes me happy because I feel like that's actually what makes the web fun. And it's not fun when you have to write all this undifferentiated code, especially if you're a no coder or a junior coder or just new to it, or even if it's just not your language, So the fact that you can build this in 10 lines of Summit code is cool, but it's a testament to the fact of, if you can make requests and you can parse the responses, you can kind of do a lot of things on the internet, and then what we do on top of that is make it really easy to turn this into an API. So again, it's kind of like Replit for no coders, if you will. You can call it from HubSpot, Zapier, using our companion apps, we call them. But this is just a pretty little thing and insanely kind of infinitely flexible. So cool. It finished while I was monologuing. All right. So now that's in main, and that means that we've kicked off our actions to deploy this to staging. So here we go. We use a service called Porter for this. This is our platform as a service. They're awesome. So shout out to Porter. Been using them since they got started. YC company, I think, but the important part isn't that. It's that they're actually really attentive and good. And this means that we're sitting on top of AWS, but Porter gives us just a little bit of DevOps layer and help that we need basically between AWS. And I came from Heroku when I first started back in 2019. So if you look at my GitHub history, when I started building this, I was on Heroku. Muy expensive and ultimately just like constrained. So moved to AWS. Got to use the AWS credits that way too. And Porter migrated us from Heroku to Porter just as a part of our subscription with them, which I don't even know if they do that anymore, but that was a sick deal. So that's what we use. So that's happening. We can kind of watch the guts of it happening. That's fun. Cool. There's a old Heroku build packs in here that we defined to use things. By the way, yeah, default. Thanks for the inspiration, Nico. That was cool. Cool this week. And yeah, by the way, if anyone's looking for a knowledge-based tool, I don't want Tetra cost. I want to. This is there we go. Nelson, who commented, "Oh my gosh, the advertising on Google is obviously, as we know, insane." So yeah, here's Tetra. Thanks for your comment. If anyone's looking for a knowledge base or tool, check out Tetra. Very cool. They even wove AI into their H2, which makes sense, especially when it comes to content. So that's Tetra. Good knowledge base tool if you don't want to just resort to Notion. All right, so this is all happening. This is the deployment to staging. Once staging works, we're going to load up staging, click around, make sure it's working, that I didn't break anything. And then we will, well, now it's merchant domain, we can actually continue with the, let's go to intercom, the intercom step. So yeah, intercom integration. So now that we have that, cool. All right. By the way, I don't know if you can even hear my music. It's Alice in Chains, but that's just my Overcast Gen X background music. Overcast outside. All right, cool. Main's up to date. So now we are going to look at, now we need to go into the intercom integration though. Cool. I do have one shortcut for that. So I got sick of looking up. I knew that intercom was in the branch name, but I didn't know what the rest was. So it's a little bash script that get co, and then I just type a word. And if I get lucky and there only is one branch that has that word in it, it just checks it out automatically. I do have one thing that I do quickly. So cool. And then we want to do this. Conflicts in our built stuff, which is no surprise, but also not a concern. Cool. That makes sense. Once we rebuild, this will go away. So let's do that. So now we're merging, merge all the tasty UI stuff into the intercom integration branch. And then I will end up deploying the intercom integration branch as well. So yeah, if I go under integrations, we ought to see intercom if I reload once this is done building. Come on. It's a lot of code. Yeah, actually, that was a fun fact. So, I mean, Peter's beating me in terms of deletions. But if you look at the org here, this is fun. I mean, it's kind of insane. People, where was it? Oh yeah, we got to go into the environment or into the repo. So yeah, contributors. This is really fun. Here we go. So start a SaaS, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Here's Giles, who wrote like the early versions of our canvas. Still we're using to this day. Giles is a complete rock star. So thank you, Giles. Wherever you are. Peter Bulka took over. You can see like the handoff from them to him. But yeah, this is all built. Jason helped me get started when I had no idea what I was doing. So these are different contractors through time who've contributed small bits. But yeah, Peter's done 1.6 million deletions. I've deleted more, but I've also added more. So basically, I write code that he gets to delete later. That's kind of the classic way it works. But yeah, no big deal. Just how long does it take to create a no-code platform? Roughly 5 years, depending on what you're building. So, all right, this finished. Let's reload this. There we are, intercom, sweet. So this works now. Well, this will work. It's approved. We need to now, I'm going to hide my screen for this, but I'll give them a shout out first. So we use Nango as our iPaaS. Nango is a integrations platform as a service provider. It's open source, but we use their hosted version. It's also a YC company. They're really cool. We used to use a company called Vessel, but they shuttered, so we use Nango. They were really cool about helping us migrate over. We can add integrations like intercom, the linear integration, etc. in like freaking. Well, it depends. Depends how hard they make it, meaning they, the company vendor we're trying to integrate with. But if you look at their integrations, I mean, it's insane. And we can add the ones that are easy, where you just create a developer account and you get your secret and your client ID and secret in like 5 minutes. We can add an integration in like an hour, thanks to Nango. Other ones, you know, you have to actually submit an app, etc. It takes more time. I tried to, you know, Stripe was very difficult. Intercom was, I would say, moderate difficulty, but super friendly and helpful in terms of getting me over the line. So, yeah, so that's Nango. What I need to do though is I need to log in and actually get our update our secret in Nango after getting it from Intercom. So I will be hiding that from the live stream, understandably. And actually, while that happens, you can see that staging probably finished. Woohoo! All right. Let's go to. Also, I'm going to check our staging environment here. Guess I could do it full screen. Yeah, it's not that interesting. It's just showing. It's just that everything works. So I'll check it over here as well. Don't exactly want the world hitting our staging environment. Not that I don't trust y'all. Some of you, though. Cool. Looks good. Looks very good. That's there. Sweet. I can even test. Yeah, it's all here. All right, cool. So that works. Let me get my secret updated. Signing into my Intercom developer account. This is not my house. This is a virtual background. There is a 100-pound dog behind me, but he's also in the virtual background. All right. Let's see. Need to go to the developer hub. Cool. Ugh, no. I typed in developer and auto-completed Zapier. We've also got Zapier apps, Zapier companion apps. So need to go to the Intercom developer hub. This is the site, right? I mean, bold. I mean, this is the stuff you can do when you're Intercom. Maybe when you're anyone, but like now they're kind of rivaling Stripe in terms of who can have the most glorious homepage that people talk about. I mean, that's when you know you've made it, I suppose. So pretty awesome. Super tasty. The Wayback Machine shows what this looked like. I feel like actually it's a little bit of a return to the roots, because the not necessarily these canvases and stuff, but the old Intercom pages, they had hand-drawn art and stuff, which was always really, I always loved that. So nice return. I wonder how many meetings I had to have about that. That's the mark of efficiency, or lack thereof. Probably a lot. Maybe not that many. Not as many as Google would have. All right. Now I need to find my developer area here, which I think is under. I'm just going to start clicking stuff. Settings, apps and integrations. There we go. Developer hub. Cool. Public. I love it. So exciting to see. All right, here's my secrets. So what I have to do is go into Nango. Nango is what we're using for our OAuth. So I have to go into our log into Nango and update our integration for Intercom with the production secret. Yeah. The only thing about these OAuth integrations I have to say is like everyone's got a different way of writing permissions for OAuth. Sometimes it's different syntax. That's been a little annoying. But I mean, that's a pretty weak complaint considering what integrations are like if you don't have this this kind of tool. So am I really complaining? No, not really. All right. Can literally type. I can show this part. I'm literally typing a. This is pretty amazing. So I go to integrations. I'm like, oh yeah, I want a new integration for Summit. So click new integration. What do I want? You type in intercom, click, and then they give you the callback to put into intercom. Obviously, with intercom, I had to do all the work of like creating a developer account and getting a permission and all that stuff. But like, freaky fast, you know. So yeah, and this is where I'm gonna shovel this over here. So put in the client ID, client secret. Scopes I don't have to add, so that's another gotcha that's interesting, and Nango does document those gotchas. You don't have to put in scopes for them. It's just all handled through the intercom app store. So, okay. So now I have a prod intercom integration in Nango and dev. And that's using our ID. Now I think I still need to turn on OAuth for this integration here. That's approved, this app authentication. Yep, edit. I can show this part too. So secret hidden. These are the permissions that I had to enable for us to work. So Summit is using a lot of read permissions here, because the whole point of Summit is giving people the ability to pull in data from Intercom, which I'll demo. Let's demo that. We'll demo that, obviously. Pulling in data from Intercom, for example, and saying, hey, do we have any, like, when's the last time we communicated with this customer? And then being able to build a model using no code that fetches that data and maybe sends it to GPT and then like sends a Slack message or something. So automated functions that are interesting and integrated with all these tools. So OAuth is turned on. Great. I guess that was copied over from the dev version. So ready to be listed. I guess we'll see if I have to list it. I don't know if I have to list it. I got help here and they told me. Amazing conversation. Thank you, Siam. Cool. All right. I think it's good to go. I don't think I need to list it because I just need to use the production client ID and secret. So I think we can keep it unlisted because there's really nothing to write. So what we could do and where we want to go with Intercom is the same place we've been with Zapier, or where we are with Zapier. So, and HubSpot. So if you look in Zapier and HubSpot, we have what we call companion apps for Summit. And what this lets us do is, like, if I create a new Zap, I can come in here and say, oh yeah, we got a new linear something, new issue in linear. And then inside of here, we can type in models and we can grab this thing. So we call this our companion app because what this lets anyone do is load the Zapier app and then load the Zapier app, the Summit app in Zapier. And then you can actually just choose an account. And then you can run any Summit model that's stored in your Summit account from Zapier, right? And then you run it and you get the results back and you can just use them right in this flow. So in the future, since Intercom does have a workflows tool, and I guess we're an Intercom customer, so I can show you that, and we have the workflows feature. Let me make sure that I don't show anything else first. But yeah, we could end up adding a companion app into Intercom as well, and that would be pretty rad, right? Automation, they put it under automations. Cool, yeah. So workflows inside of Intercom, for example, hello, how can I help you today? What we could end up doing, although I don't think Intercom really works this way yet. What I'd love to do is be able to, again, let people add steps to this that are apps, but that's not really a thing. So you end up having to do custom function calls, and Summit can be integrated as a custom, what do they call it? It's a custom function call. And they call them custom actions. Let's see. If I go under settings, I think they call them actions. Apps and integrations. Custom actions, yeah. So we can create a custom action, but this is just, it's rough because then the user the end user has to create these for every single model that they want to run in Summit. What we want is a drawer that just pops open and lets you call any Summit model from that thing. So love to talk to Intercom about that. think the next app that makes sense for us from a companion app perspective would be a Stripe app, which would be hot because then we'd have OAuth with Stripe, but we also have the ability when you're on your Stripe dashboard to call any Summit model you want to by passing in like a Stripe customer or Stripe customer ID or something. And that could be hot. So that's probably the next one on our list because it's a little rough around the edges still in terms of the integration or what we would need it to be. So, alrighty. Side quest complete. Got that. This is there. So where are we at? So we need to now, we have it tested. We have that correct. Let's connect this. I think we were just waiting on this to be approved. So I think I can just connect this now. Sweet. So yeah, Summit test wants to access Summit. Yes, you may. Cool. Authorize access. Watch it not work. Woohoo. Cool. So that's like an OAuth. Yeah. So that's OAuth now. And what that means is I can come back in to my environment. And we have two kinds of request building blocks in Summit. One is a request, which is like Summit grand picture, by the way. We're a abstraction layer on top of Python. So when you see a lot of these building blocks, we're using Python functions in the background. We just wrote our own language on top of Python, if you want to think of it that way. So for no-coder friendly version of Python, which means we can do lots of cool stuff. Anyway, this is a request. This is just a straight up request. I can pass in, headers, auth, whatever. But now that we have an OAuth connection at Intercom, I can do this. I don't have to use the request object anymore. I can use what's called a proxy. And a proxy automatically takes advantage of my OAuth connection. And I can just pass in the request method, and I can pass in an endpoint that's an endpoint here. And I think me is actually a valid Intercom endpoint. Hell yes. There you go. Automatically change the Intercom logo as it should. And if I run this, that should work. This might take a hot minute though, because I don't even know if this whole thing's going to run. I love this model. It's a beast, but it's going to like 5 different data sources and running a bunch of different stuff. That's actually a good segue to show you something else we released this week, which is pay-as-you-go pricing. Playing with fire. Okay, yeah, see, something went wrong. One of these requests is probably bad. Let me just fix whatever that is, and we can see this locally. Actually, that could be a bug. Request succeeded is unbound. All right. Because of table. Oh, yeah, this is a bad URL, but that shouldn't happen. Let's fix that. So this is the simulator that runs Summit. It's a giant code interpreter, interprets the abstract syntax tree, which is our DSL on top of Python. It could be broken up into a lot of different files, but each function basically interprets one of these building blocks. So example, this says proxy. This is this object. And when it runs, this thing runs. But the one that's broken is the table. There's an unbound variable in here somewhere called request succeeded. And why would it be unbound? Because, why would it be unbound? Oh, because it broke up here? No, we declared it up here, right? No. Well, that's why. All right. Cool. That should fix that. Now we can run this again, and that one node will fail, but we should be able to run the rest. There we go. What are we doing, Michael? What are we doing? We are finishing an intercom integration, which was approved today. So I am. This is a no-code platform. This is ours. It's called Summit. Think of it as a coding environment for no-coders, and we can now call intercom using OAuth from it. So I'm shipping intercom integration with our no-code platform. So, but I have a bug that I'm going to fix before that happens. Still getting that. All right. 1922. I thought I fixed this. I saved this, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I put this inside a nested. Put this in the wrong place, Matt. This is where this goes. Cool. Scoping. Get it right. We're also living the life of a solo founder that, well, I have a team, but as a full stack founder that does product sales, marketing. Just depends on the day, time of day. Right now, I am doing product work and engineering, and I'm running this. If this works, I'm happy. Meaning, I'm happy enough to take this intercom integration live. Let's see. Looks like another call failed. I edited this. Oh no, I did. Oh, me is not a valid endpoint. Maybe me is not a valid endpoint. What's a valid endpoint for? I think it is. Oh, maybe I need to post to it instead. All right. This is a bug. Well, we can't go with a bug. So let's fix this. Yeah. Yeah. Not happy. Got a successor response. Oh, it just didn't like decoding the JSON that came back. Alrighty, let's take a look. Ooh, this is our Nango helper file. This is what calls the integrations. No secrets in here. All right. Got successful response, but then we gotta. Huh. You ever see an error and it tells you the line, but you're like looking at the line, you don't understand why that's an error? All right. Let's make sure that me is a valid intercom endpoint. I'm honestly not sure where it would be though. I mean, they have a contacts endpoint. I could just use that, but these things require more. Those things require more. Maybe me is not a valid endpoint. I've been thinking of a different API that I was working with. How about just straight up companies? Let's try companies. Probably is that. Maybe not. It's taking a long time because GPT gets called too. Okay, it is not happy. That is not working either. What is going on? Got success response. Well, if you did, let's do this. It's when it's unpacking the response. So that would be here. No, we even get this far. Let's just print the body so I can see and the status code. Cool. No meetings Friday. Kind of a beautiful thing. Yeah, no. So request failed due to timeout. Mhm. We shouldn't have to pass in authorization anymore, but that also shouldn't hurt anything. Uh, we don't need to. Let's just do the customer search one. I know that that's what this was set up for. Contact search. That's it. Probably just calling this freaking thing wrong. I'm hoping. Doesn't really make sense because I didn't change this part. I didn't change this part of the code. Come on. Yeah, no, it's not happy. Hmm. 404. Oh. It's not a get, it's a post. It's funny how if you get the method wrong, you often get a 404. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Okay. Now it's just a plain old 400. Bad request. Hmm. Well, that's depressing. Let's do this. Let me make sure it's not. I mean, it is this. It's definitely this call because I can see. Bad request. So this is badly formed, perhaps? Yeah, I mean, I probably shouldn't be passing in auth stuff anymore. So let's not pass in auth. I can expand this. Yeah, let's not pass in auth anymore. Can pass in the intercom API version, and I don't think we need content type. Less is more. We'll still pass in the JSON and the customer email. Let's check our tildes here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, is this badly formatted? I really wish we had the auto complete here. We don't. 1, 2, 3. Could be that. Let's see. I'm going to create a debug step here. This is a way of like inspecting what the heck's going on in our code inside Summit. I think this object is bunk, perhaps. That would make sense. If the header object is broken, then the call's going to fail because it's a bad call. If this doesn't work, we may have to turn on the Metallica to increase adrenaline. Tends to fix bugs. Yeah, no, that's... Let's do this. I'm going to get rid of this call for now. Just run this. What is... Wait. It's not even in there anymore, guys. What's going on? I'm talking to my own code. Is it a different request? No? What else could it be? Less than entertaining. This is a different request. Well, that helps. Frustrating. Obviously. I mean, okay. That doesn't make sense to me. Could be this call to GPT. That looks fine. All right, let's do this. Let's not make any of these other. Let me go here. Let's duplicate this so I can break it down. Okay, so now I can get rid of everything except for the one part I'm suspicious of and not feel bad. Simplify. That works. Okay. Let's see what happens if we add a request. Just any request. That works. Okay. Let's up the ante. Okay, that's a 400 because it's a bad request. Because it does not like this. Okay. I mean, can I just get any call to work, please? All right. Is this formatted wrongly? Let's see. Yes, it was. I really need to get. Okay, so what we really need to get in here as an extra frickin' curly brace for you. What we really need bad in Summit is Okay, well, it still didn't work, but that's at least we know we have the right number of curly braces because this goes around headers. This is going around operator query. Yeah, this is the correct number of these. So okay, at least this is all right. I'm gonna snag this. Calling the Intercom API is hasn't been the most fun experience, honestly, just because the headers are or like the request. Yeah, the payloads are ornate. Of course, I'm calling a pretty fancy one. That's what I should do. Is I should just call a simpler. Okay, this is working now, meaning this debug step should show me a clean object inside of the headers. I mean, maybe I'm getting that wrong. Nope. Okay. This error. JSON decode error. This is new. But this wasn't happening in the other one, right? No. Totally. Okay. That's a clean object. So it's a different, okay, it's just a different frickin' request. Well, let's just start getting rid of them because I can always import this again later. Is HubSpot connected? Yes. But it could be that one. I mean, What I'm trying to get at is my code broken or is my model broken? Is this code broken or is my code, my Python code broken? Not so clear at the moment. It's a request, so let's just start getting rid of requests. I mean, yeah, sure. No. No. You? E2? Oh. No, it shouldn't be. Probably is. It was. It was the frickin' HubSpot request. It was the HubSpot request. Okay. That's what happens when you have 5 requests. Hi, man. Hi. That's what happens when you have 5 requests. Figuring out which one is causing the error. And it was the HubSpot request. HubSpot request should work, though. So let's bring it back. And let's see why that would be the case. I think I know why. Okay. I'm connected. It's possible I'm connected to a HubSpot account that does not have ticket permissions. Geez. Okay. That would make me feel great if that's the case. Acme SaaS. This one does. So in theory, if I bring that back and that's the case, this should work now. That's a bad error. I need to throw a better error, basically. The Summit team needs to throw a better error when users don't have permissions to make requests that they're trying to make using their Summit accounts or Summit models. So now if I change this to, well, let's bring back that. Did I just destroy my... Okay, they're both destroyed. Fortunately, I have one here. And I can export this. Copy. And import. Paste. Sweet. All right. This one does have permissions to fetch tickets. And this is not laid out the way I want it to, but in theory, this works, maybe. You can already see the HubSpot request worked. Okay. It was the fact that the HubSpot account I was connected to did not have permissions to look at tickets. Nuts. Awesome. That's how you go down a rabbit hole and come back out again. Great. All right. So this works now. We're still getting... do have a timeout, but that's not... I'm not worried about timeouts. We're trying to test the intercom thing. Okay, so back to testing the freaking intercom thing, which is the whole point. Let's get rid of the GPT stuff. As cool as it is, we don't need that right now. We don't need to call Stripe a bunch of times. In fact, I mean, this is really just about testing the intercom thing. So goodbye, HubSpot. Goodbye, Postgres. Goodbye, Stripe. Goodbye, Stripe appendages. Let's just see if our little intercom call works. Gosh, I love how much better this looks. This is what our product looks like now. This is what it's going to look like in whatever, 30 minutes. All right. So does this work? All right. I don't get any data back. Oh, and that makes sense because I did create a response. So when you create a model in Summit, if you don't define a response, nothing comes back. It just runs. So, which might be the case sometimes. Just silently run. But I want to see something. So let me just see some output. Nada. Okay. Does the request have output? Okay, the request does have output. And we're really just testing to see if the request here works. And we're changing it from a request to a proxy request because we can use that OAuth connection now. So let's do that. So yeah, we're coding on multiple layers here. We're no coding, but we're coding the no code platform. And we're also using AI. Everything's coding in all the layers. All right. At last. So what I can do now is I can remove authorization from the header. Okay. Take out my scalpel. Okay. Authorization is all coming in. I should get back a 401, not authorized, right? But now, if I change this to use the OAuth request, it's a post. I'm going to keep that handy so I don't forget. For moron. All right, post. And then we can get rid of this because we know it knows the subdomain already. Oh, come on, man. Okay, bad request, but it worked. I mean, it didn't work yet. Maybe I shouldn't pass in some of this stuff. I mean, maybe I'm just going to get rid of, maybe I just do get rid of the headers when I'm doing a, no, it's a bad request. Huh. Let's see. Is it this? Yeah, this is broken. God, getting these right is a nightmare. No, that's right. Okay. So it just does not like this request body. Huh. I mean, is there an easier endpoint I can hit instead? Something that doesn't involve an entire search. Just give me all the notes. And they're saying this is the headers I need. So I do need intercom. Okay. I need the intercom version and I need the authorization, but I shouldn't need the authorization. What is this ID? I don't know what that ID is. ID. Oh, the unique identifier contact. Screw that. Give me something that's easy to call. I know you want an ID. I just want... There we go. Just straight up contacts. Let's do it. / contacts. And is it a post? It's a get. And in theory, I pass in nothing. I'm just going to give you nothing. Let's go. All right. All right. It's just the fact that I don't know how to make a good call to one of Intercom's more complicated endpoints. But the proxy frickin' OAuth thing is working. User error. Blame the user, which is me. The coder blaming the me. We're good. We're good with that. And by the way, usage-based pricing, which I'm really happy about with Summit. So we just launched new pricing, which is super no-coder friendly. We have pricing. So we don't have self-serve yet for the model builder that I'm showing you, but that's coming next week. That's the goal. But you see we have a free tier and then 0 and pay as you go, which I'm really excited about because it means you can build and as you build, we're actually going to show you how much it's going to cost to run this as an API call. So this, for example, if you were to build this in less time than I did, which means you probably grabbed a template or you just choose something simple. Anyway, down here it says 60 tokens, and that means it's 3 cents. So 3 cents to call this, and the beauty is you just, if I set this live, how do I call it? This is an API now. If I go into endpoints, I have my own API endpoint for this. So if you call this, you pass these parameters, think of it as a middleware, or a transformation layer that you can use sitting between you and any other endpoints and any other stuff on the internet. So basically build your own API endpoints that wrap other API endpoints and do a bunch of data transformation. And we are pay as you go and super transparent about the cost. So you can literally get started like you would with any other AWS service for pennies, which is fun. Cool. So even if I wanted to call that every single day, it would cost me like, I mean, that's 30 days. So it's $9 a month. So uh, not bad. Did I get that right? Yeah, $9 a month. All right, cool. Now, obviously, I should do something more interesting, like take the customer information, pass it to GPT, have it analyze it, summarize it, something else. It'll cost a few more pennies, but that's where we're going. So, all right, the intercom integration works. I need to clean up the code and make sure that I didn't add. I don't think I changed anything worthwhile. Yeah, I don't need to see all that. Hold on. I don't think I changed anything worthwhile in the actual this guy, right? Yeah, I printed some stuff. So we're gonna revert that. And I did fix that one bug. Yeah. Cool. All right, yeah, but we want to keep that. That was a bug fix. So, cool. And I think we built everything already, so I'm not seeing anything weird. So we just needed to fix the Python or look at the Python stuff. All right, cool. Intercom integration ready to go. Let's do it. Talking to myself because it's how I think, which makes live streaming easy. All right. Nope. What are you doing, Matt? It's called Summit CFO, by the way. If you look at the directory here, fun historical fact that'll never be on Jeopardy. But this is called Summit CFO because when I first started building Summit back in 2019, I thought I was building financial software. So it's like Chief Financial Officer. Long gone, never changed the directory name. It's just me. All right. So I keep typing that because I'm trying to think of what to actually type. Cool. I believe I merged in main already, which is why everything's styled newly. So I can commit this. So I fix bug and sweet. All right. Dog cameo. Could have a dog cameo. What are we doing right now? We are shipping an update to our intercom integration that we have for our no-code platform. All right. Let's go back to GitHub now. Should be able to do a. This pull request is being retested. I shouldn't have any. Yeah, well, maybe. I think I delinted everything. We'll see. Once this finishes, then I think we want to take this to production before I do more development. I'm finishing the development we were doing, which was the intercom integration. Then we're going to take it live on a Friday. And then I want to work on the blank slate, which is if you have no models in your account, it's what you see when you load up our no-code platform. So if you're in our no-code platform and you come in here and it's brand new, right now we're very unfriendly to new signups, and it just says like, you don't have any models. So we're going to change that so that it has tutorials and some options, and also this create with AI option is here. So that'll be good. That'll be good. And actually, just to test drive this, I have a Google Sheet. Can you fetch and filter it? Yeah. So if I type that in here, obviously this doesn't always behave, but let's see. You can see it running in the background. So this is the AI feature that we built into Summit, which automatically writes no-code models using the language we wrote, and the language is a wrapper for Python. What's cool is AI loves our language because it's just like 12 building blocks, like requests and parsers and stuff, and it's like it's able to mix and match them and do cool stuff. It's a Lego master when it comes to using our language. I mean, it's not perfect, still some hallucinations, but like it does get it right sometimes. So being able to say I have a Google Sheet, can you fetch and filter it, and have it write that is it's pretty fun. Cool. What I love about this is we now have these beautiful little icons here. So it described it as well. Now this isn't going to work because the Google Sheet is not. I mean, maybe it is. Let me run it. That's a 404 because this Google Sheet URL is false. Let's get a real Google Sheet URL and see if AI just wrote a Summit model correctly from scratch. I mean, it should have. That's pretty darn simple, right? Let's go to Sheets. Getting a valid URL. So here, this is the Google Sheet. Published to the web. CSV. Just the bookings page. Grab that guy. Pop it in here. Boom. All right, got to fix the column. Select star from table where column name is whatever. What column names do we have in here? Guest name? Guest email. Let's use guest email. Where guest email equals. These are not actual people, by the way, before YouTube bans my content. Boom. That's cool, man. I think so. So AI created a no-code model that automatically grabs Google Sheet, filters it, and sends it out as a response. And I could publish this as a API if I wanted to, and even create arguments to it. So if I want that query to be modifiable, I can say query, and this becomes an API argument to the model. So cool. That's a tour of that. While that was happening, this finished. Squash and merge, baby. Team of one on a Friday. No, it's okay. I actually already had Peter look at this code, and he didn't scream. So we're going. All right. So what that does is, since I merged it, it means that it's going to go live to staging. Staging is going to get going. I am going to collect my thoughts, and we're actually going to update the title here because we're going to do something new. It's no longer the intercom integration. It's going to be testing production. Cool. Well, we need to send it to production, but like testing, it's the point, right? So what else is cooking? Any tweets? Cool. Yeah. I don't know if anyone's on here, but feel free to ask questions anytime. What I learned through this is that I'm actually not great at calling intercoms API, even using a no-code tool. But what that means is, putting my sort of founder hat on, there's a good opportunity to create all those little couplings, right, between headers and API endpoints, the stuff that as a coder, you sit here and you look at this and you're like, I mean, that's what this is, right? This is a coupling between an API endpoint and a header. To be super flexible, we're obviously decoupling them, and that's why there's a space here. We can call any endpoint with Summit, and we can pass in any headers you want to. But we have a model library, we call it, which is open source, so you can get Summit models for free and use them. And so what this tells me is we need to add a directory called intercom. And I'll just do that right now while I'm waiting. So, and then, yep. Cool. Let's add a file here. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to add an intercom directory. Oh, I'm not in sync. By the way, everyone's favorite vi command. All right. So what I just did is I updated our open source directory of these models, these no code models, and now we have an intercom directory. As I was saying, we should have a like a hello world, an easy to follow thing with intercom, or a starter kit, basically, that has all of your endpoints in it, or just all your basics. So let's do this. This works. We don't need this. This could be better, but what we're going to do is just to get the repo going, and so people know how to use this. We don't need this either. We'll export this. So it's this copy. Now I can go back into GitHub. I'm going to create the first sort of little open source stub for intercom users. So if you want to use Summit and grab this, and you can just import it and get going. But it'd be nice if we had one for search for whatever. So this is just this is intercom. I don't know if I should use dashes or what. I think I've been using underscores for file names. So cool. Cool. So what this is yeah, you can grab this and use it, which means that as anyone sort of builds models, we can share them in GitHub, not just, hey man, do this inside Zapier, follow my video. It's just like, here's the code, here's the gist, here's what developers do. So yeah, let's see where we're at. Nope. All right, this is still pending. All right, yeah, so this is all the intercom integration stuff. Not too bad, thanks to Nango. And then just sort of getting things working. Obviously, pull request. All right, actions. Yeah, this is still going. So this is going to staging. Should be done soon. Yep. Sweet. All right, so once staging's up, we will test things out in staging. Make sure that's all working as intended. I am again, junior React developer, 20 years of Python. And I've been using GPT a lot to help me write React code. Not because I don't understand like the concepts, but man, the syntax is next level. I mean, this is cool, but like this reminds me of Perl. If you're old enough to know what Perl was, but like, let's just keep adding syntax, shall we? And I get it. We're merging freaking JavaScript and HTML, but like that's not HTML. That's React, and it's TypeScript. It's on JavaScript. It's TypeScript. So anyway, all right, done. So if I look in our Slack, our DevOps channel, we should have a DevOps update that we're live. So we use this for all of our deployment notifications. Deployment succeeded, staging, sweet. And if I go to staging, what I'll do is I can hide this. Cool. Yeah. Well, I'm going to test staging here, and maybe I can go full screen. Nah. Okay. Just checking to see if everything's running, looking good. I mean, it's never as much testing as you'd want, but it's running. Yeah, there's some visual warts there. We can fix that later. Okay. I mean, are we feeling lucky? uh, run. I guess what I should do is I should import this. Should try connecting, make sure intercom's there. Connect to it. Here's my connected intercom and staging. Well, I'm not testing production yet. I should say shipping to production, testing staging. So authorize access again. Connected. Sweet. So just looking at staging environment, making sure everything's working. I'm going to import this model from. This is another nice thing. So since we're a no-code platform, we're writing code in different environments. It's really nice to be able to export code from one environment that you've been testing with, export a no-code model from one environment that you've been testing with, and then just flip it into. In fact, that was the first way we started. The reason we even have export and import as text-based versions of these models is as developers, we were trying to figure out how to test this stuff on different machines. And I'd be like, hey, I wrote this model, it's working, and then somebody else would have to write it on their machine, and that sucked. So we were like, let's make it so we can export models as text files, share them, and then we put a UI on it, and turns out that no coders can then do it too. So yes, that's interesting. Why did not? I did import and it's not the behavior I expected. Oh, I didn't copy the whole thing. Copy, paste. So I'm just testing the connection and staging. There we go. It worked. So the intercom proxy is working and staging as well. I'm happy. I mean, what are we waiting for? Yeah, let's do it. All right, so we're going to ship this to prod. Because this is a ton of new stuff. And that's going to be before now. So this is what prod looks like right now. These garish building blocks. And I've got a bunch of little grunt work things to do that are not going to be really that entertaining to do in a live stream, but I might do them anyway. I'll do a couple of them. It's really these. I got to update these snippets. So what these are code snippets. So if you build a new model in Summit, you're like start from scratch, and you're like, oh, I want a request. You can click this little cloud, and boom, you have a request. And that's what it looks like now. So again, which is pretty ugly. So I'm not sure I think when I go to production, I think these will be pretty. I think these will be pretty. We'll find out. That'll be my production test. I mean, heck, I guess I can test that in staging. I have things. No, they're pretty. Okay, cool. Well, party on, Garth. Let's go. All right. All righty. Let's do it. I'm just stalling. All right, let's deploy this to production. So I've got my top secret set of steps to run here. I up until recently let all the production deployments fall into the hands of our amazing other developer, Peter. But sometimes Peter needs a vacation, so I got the keys. And now occasionally, if I'm willing to take full responsibility, I do the deployments myself. And yeah, when you're the CEO, you can take full responsibility. CEO of a 3-person company, but hey, just means that I have to take full responsibility, or I'm a loser. So let's do this. Let me make sure main is up to date. You can't see what I'm doing right now because I'm in a different screen, but I'll move this over. So where are we? Okay, cool. In the right place. Clean slate. Now let's yes, let's do a poll. Cool. Oh, yeah. All right, there's the intercom merge now. So we are, in theory, good to go. That's what we like to see. Those are all the changes since the last time we went to production. So that's a lot. Updated the help drop down, added the price pay-per-use pricing to the footer, updated the styling of all of the nodes that you see on the canvas, all the canvas UI elements, added the intercom integration. And that's all since Monday. That's not bad. Like I said, it beats working at Google, where you would do all of that in 1.5 calendar years, maybe. All right. Let's push. Cool. Now we walk away and assume everything's going to be fine. So that'll kick off GitHub Actions here, so we can watch that unfold. Production. I'll click this so we can get a little yellow beacon going in the top. And I'm going to catch my breath, because brain at full RPMs. What do you guys work on? What are you guys working on? And gals, people. It's all right. I'll be the zoo animal. All right. This is happening. So we wanted to work on next. Catching my breath and waiting for that to finish. That will make this look better, which we'll be able to refresh and see it. Yeah. I wanted to improve that blank slate for models next. I feel like there was something else that was important. That's the low-hanging fruit. That involves moving a React component inside another one. And that's, since I'm a junior React dev and using AI, that might be interesting to see. I think that's the thing. People always like, yeah, I'm a whatever, senior developer. But like, with what tools? You could be a senior PHP developer and a absolute beginner at something else. So I am a senior Python developer, I would say, but a junior React dev. I slung some decent JavaScript back in the day, but it's all changed. So that's how I can speak it well enough to like use GPT and actually get it to write stuff. And I'm like, that ain't right. I know that's not right. But yeah, I'm not a front end expert anymore. And I think actually what's sad, my worst skill now is probably CSS. Funny enough, that was one that I actually like was proud to be an expert of back in 2006. But it's like CSS hasn't changed that much as a language, but the way it's deployed and managed has completely changed. So, I mean, we use Tailwind now, obviously, a bazillion folks do. Nice work, Adam and gang. But yeah, I mean, we're the way CSS has changed from a deployment perspective. I can't find a damn thing half the time. So I'm not doing inline styles, I promise, unless absolutely needed. But man, yeah, it's crazy. At least I speak enough React now to understand a Tailwind component when I see it. So that's good. But again, just like how a color gets defined in a modern web app is it's pretty insane. SCSS for a while. I don't even know if that's still a thing, but that blew my mind. So yeah. All right. This is going to finish here momentarily. While that does, I will go to local and I need to do two things. I need to go into an account that has no models in it because I don't want to delete all of these. be a pain, and also I just don't want to. So let me get a new account for myself locally. And yeah, we use Django admin, which is one of the best things. So we use Django as Python framework. One of the best things about Django is admin is just sick. I mean, you can build full blown, obviously, internal applications with it. It's like out of the box, just includes a really friendly way to browse all your data. So I just need to find an organization that has no models and then drop myself into it. I think, yeah, let's just do that. User count 0. I mean, I could just drop into one of these ones that I'll drop into Happy Gilmore 5ZRG. So, oops. So this is me. It was this one. If this has any models in it, I'll nuke them. What I'm trying to do is recreate the blank slate here. So my subscription has expired. Oh, that's funny. Yes, it has. Good thing I can give myself a free subscription forever. That's great. Works as coded. Let's go into Gilmore and see if we can help them get an up-to-date subscription. That's funny. That's really funny. I'm just going to clear all this out so I don't have a subscription. I don't know what's going to happen if it says I don't have a subscription, though. It'll probably block me. Well, I don't know if it'll block me. Welcome. Get access. Holy smokes. All right. Oh, this is funny. I'm like locked out of my own. All right. Maybe choose one that has a subscription. There we go. A non-expired subscription. Or I just grab the freaking subscription from production and give it to myself here. This is funny. Really don't want to delete all the models out of that account. So let's try again. Or I could find out what's causing that. No, not going to do that. I think anything I go into is probably going to say the same thing. Yep. All right, I need to give myself an account. Let's just give myself a subscription, shall we? That's the easiest way to do this. Fixing the blank slate onboarding problem by first encountering a working onboarding that's forcing me to onboard to my own local environment, which is not what I want. So let's do this. I'm going to go back to Gilmore because it's easy to remember. Save, and then I'm going to give Mr. Gilmore a full-blown subscription by grabbing some credentials from production, which I will do over here. Yeah, onboarding. It's important. By the way, now's a good time to promote my friend. If you struggle with onboarding your customers and you use HubSpot, might I proudly recommend Arrows, onboarding software for HubSpot customers. It's good stuff. So this helps you onboard people when you have more of a high-touch onboarding process. Summit is self-serve. That's what I'm working on right now, but Arrows is onboarding software. So just pretty cool. Software, I've tried it. I love it. It's when we were more high-touch, we used it. So, all right, let's get a subscription. I'm going to give myself a team member subscription for life sort of thing. Yeah. Not really testing production. Oh, okay. Production finished. Can't believe I'm doing this, but it's fun. Deployment started. Okay, deployment started because this finished, but it's not done yet. Yeah, I don't have a deployment finished yet. So when I do, we'll come back. All right. That'll be in Slack. I'll get a notification here. So cool. All right. Let's give ourselves a subscription. going to yoink the subscription ID. And the plan, give myself an enterprise subscription because I can. Customer ID. Now, what's interesting is I think this might actually connect to our local version of ChargeBee, which won't have really a knowledge of these things. So yeah, this may be a problem yet. I may just have to, well, no, I got to recreate this. This is the right way to do it. This is the right way to do it. Give myself all the features. Save. Cool. It says deployment succeeded to production, so we can check that out here in a second. Let me see if I solve this problem. Yes, I did. Sick. Okay, so we'll be able to delete these and get to our blank slate. There you go. That sucks. We're going to fix that. So still testing production. Haven't moved on to the next square yet, but that's what it's going to be. And we're not going to ship anything else to production today because that was already insane. I say that now. We'll see. All right. Let's test prod. I mean, I can just test prod here. So let's do it. A little scary. It loaded. It loaded. Hard refresh. Still loaded. I'm going to click, and if things look cool. Oh my God. Things look cool. All right. Confetti. Doesn't do that. There's no effects. This tool is awesome. It sucks. No confetti. There really should be a confetti option here. Oh well. Throw confetti for me. All right. Well, I mean, we haven't run it yet though. So let's run it. I had broken this on purpose. Let me see what HubSpot account I'm connected to. I don't actually know. Let me disconnect. Reconnect to HubSpot. This is going to be a production HubSpot connection now. Cool. Connected. Sweet. And that one definitely has access to tickets. So if I come back here and connect to tickets, that should be allowed to work. I mean, yeah, this is a broken URL. So that's not going to work. I'm just going to get rid of that. This is not a broken URL. This is an intercom request that we're just going to test without the proxy first, but got all 200s. Sweet. No response data though, but I got all 200s. Okay. We'll see about that. Cool. So this worked. Oh, so now I have my little snippets, so I can add this little debugger here and put this here so we can see what comes back from HubSpot. Results, hala, that's awesome, huzzah. Intercom request, I didn't need to delete that. Let's make sure the intercom request is working, and then we're going to try the new version of an intercom request. This is the old version first to make sure it didn't break production. It's working, okay. And now I'm going to do the new version, but as I learned, simple is good. So I'm going to grab that. I just hit the contacts endpoint with nothing. That's what I did. I'm going to do it this time. I'm not going to wrestle with intercom API call types on this thing. So I can get rid of all this. The key is I'm getting rid of the authorization. And that really is the test that the new integration works. It's not going to work yet though, right? Because it's not connected, but it's in here. It is in here now. Hot. So, all right. So yeah, this, if I change this to the proxy, we should get, well, we have the intercom logo already because I did that stuff with the request config. But if I change this to that proxy connection, it'll go intercom get contacts. Can't type. Simple. Okay, the HubSpot one failed. Not sure why, but we'll deal with that later. Huh. Wasn't failing a minute ago. Did I disconnect it? All right, I'll deal with that in a second. Let's get rid of that. It's not what we're testing. Intercom is not connected. Oh, yeah, it's not connected. That's a good error message. There we go. Let's connect it. Uh-oh. We're having difficulties. All systems operational. That's not good. Huh. Ooh. That client ID looks a little weird. Let's figure that out. I'm just going to double check that client ID. Maybe I put it into Nango wrong. The production client ID, that is. Just logging into Nango over here. There are secrets in here, so I'm not streaming that, but prod. I had a leading space in my client ID because I had copy pasted it in. Frick! I saw a plus sign in the URL bar, and a plus sign is a space. A plus sign is a space that's been, what's it called? HTML encoded. So that didn't smell right. So now, not sure if I need to refresh. I'm not going to at first. Boom. Look at that. Yes. So it makes, that's great. So, yep. That's great. It's beautiful. Prod to prod. Oh, so happy. Okay, that's not ideal. Oh no. Okay, maybe it's the secret also has a space in it. Let's see. No. What could it be? That sucks. Hold on. That should say connected. All right, let me go look at the back end here and see if we have a connection object, and maybe it's just something else that I'm not understanding. Integration connections. Wait, that was oh no, okay, I clicked the wrong thing. Integration connection. Huh. Okay, I don't see. Okay, well, let me search for the org. I don't see the integration here, which implies that it didn't work. Should be weird. What am I missing? All right. What happens if I shouldn't need to try it again. Oops. I was so happy to see this screen. All right. Spoke way too soon. right. I don't know why. That's right. Callback. Well, if I have to put on my scuba suit, I can always do that and stop the live stream. I don't know. Okay. It's possible that. Let me just. Yeah, that's not working. Okay, so I got an email. I have an email about a bug. There's a difference between our surprise. There's a difference between dev and prod. Okay. Let's look at Sentry and see what errors we have. We use Sentry for errors, error tracking, and detection. Maybe you should too. Okay, I can fix this. Yeah. All right. Yep. Issues. Okay. Yeah, I see both. Okay. I see. I see errors. So let's start fixing them. Basically, I changed the way that the integration helper works and did not find every single case where it's being used. No big deal. Okay. So let's fix it. I may not get to that blank slate fix today or update. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Scripts sync runs to integration. All right. Well, time to fix the bug. I don't think this bug will fix that other thing, but we'll see. We are not in general access self-serve yet, so good news is very few people who are actually encountering this, if anyone. In fact, the answer is just me. Because I'm not dumb enough to tell everybody the moment something goes live on a live stream or anything. Okay. So yeah, this script apparently uses the results of a call, and I'm looking at Sentry, so errors, and yeah. This error is here. All right, line 279. All right. Oh, no. In this one, 279. Trigger action. Trigger action uses do request. Yeah, get connection. Oh, okay. Yeah, these are connected. We're going to fix this. We're going to do it live. I understand what's going on. That's comforting. All right. So I changed this do request here actually returns. I wanted it to start returning the status of the response that it gets and not just the body. So this change right here, return body, our status code. That means it's returning a tuple now in Python jargon instead of just the body. And so I need to, anything that calls do request needs to be updated. I thought I got everything, and I did not. So I'm going to fix that now. Because I did, right. So anything that calls, I see. Anything that calls proxy request, there's a lot. Okay. So this is do request itself. Yep. And it calls itself because it tries to retry or it retries. But anything that calls proxy request, trigger action, get connection, or delete connection, or find contact. Yeah. All of these things are all linked. Fortunately, they're all in the same file. Cool. Spam call. No thanks. Alrighty. Alrighty. Let's fix this file. Just keeping track of it all. Get it all into mental RAM. Here we go. So we need to update the way that anything that calls these things. So we're just going to go one at a time. Anything that calls do request, I thought I already fixed, but I'm going to double check. Anything that calls do request should expect to get a tuple back. And these are just returning a call to that, which makes it a little bit sneaky instead of assigning things. So I have to follow anything that calls those. Follow the call chain. All right. So these are just, yeah, these are anything that call do request itself. I've already covered that. And the way I can prove that is anything that calls helper .do request, I think is already, and I can search the whole code base for this. Anything in our code base that calls that should expect a tuple already. Oh. Yes. Okay, so that's, yep. Anything that calls this needs to be updated. Fun. So what happens when you change a function, when a contract of a popular function, right? You pay for it. It's always fun. All right, let's start changing things. Not these, this. Basically just need to add this. So okay, that. Okay, all those done. Where else are we calling this? Fixed. Oh, integrations, they're fun. Even with an iPass, there's still work. We actually did pick one that requires a little bit more work on purpose because we wanted to be able to make changes. Nango is an open source, it's a hosted open source, commercial open source play on iPass. So we picked it because we do have a ton more control, but there is just a little bit more work as well. The nice thing is, if anything ever happened to Nango, the company, we could still run all of our integrations and we'd be good. So yeah, no big deal. No big deal. That's why we do this in the morning on a Friday instead of when we're eager to get out of here. Let me just find other examples of this that assign. Be a coder. It's luxurious. I think I'd rather be on a sales call than this, but yeah, I was very wrong about I was very wrong about all the places this is used. I thought it was only used in the helper. How embarrassing. Oh, funny enough, I'm not even sure if that. See, I saw it in that file, but I don't think that's we don't use that anymore. So that's all right. Clearbit's done. IP info is done. Nango itself is done. We have a SavvyCal helper. Shout out to Derek and SavvyCal. Awesome tool. All right. SavvyCal is a Calendly replacement, which is pretty awesome. Much tastier, better branding. Oh, got to go to home. Brand new homepage this week, by the way, which is slick. So nice work, Derek. Indie founder. If you use calendar software and you're looking for something that's actually fun to use and really well made, check it out. It's called SavvyCal. I love it. It's really cool. Lots of features. And hardcore dev too, by the way. This is on Elixir and Phoenix. If you haven't heard of those, it's because like you got to be really elite to use those. But that's Derek for you. So yeah, check out SavvyCal. It's great. I love it. All right, so yes, but we have a SavvyCal helper in here because we have a SavvyCal integration. Because guess what? If you're a developer, also SavvyCal has a time zone API. His gift to the world. So this thing stays up to date with time zones and lets you fetch in-depth information about time zones. There was a situation I was in where I really needed to know if a time zone was currently in daylight savings time or not. And this had my back. So also super useful. And it includes all the Olsen IDs, it's called, for time zones. So free developer marketing play. Free tool for developers as a marketing play for SavvyCal, which I think is pretty brilliant. So that's cool. All right. Thank you, SavvyCal. Right. Thank you, Eros. All right. Back to find and replace. Or actually find and insert extra text. All right. These are all the calls to do requests. They all expect to get back 2 arguments now, or it just returns the call. When it returns the call, it means that function itself. That's why I don't like to do that. That means that function itself now has a return type that is broken. We're basically just, when you do a return of a call, it saves you a step, but it also means that you've now broken the contract outside of, you now have the contract leaking out into other calls, which is fine, but it's not my favorite thing. So we need to now trace down all the places where anything that returns this call does this. And it looks like I missed a few in here. Okay. That was inside vessel. Inside vessel? All right. Let's go here. No, I already replaced those. Oh, my find was old. It's a dated find. There we go. All right. Clear bit. Status code. Status code. Status code. All right. I could update this now. Humor me. It's sad. I shouldn't do that. All right, cool. So that's fixed. Anybody that calls this and just uses the response. The problem is that things that return this. So now we need to do let's do a return self.doRequest. So what are all these? So this is doRequest itself. We already solved that. Okay. He's just going to return himself to himself and we're good. Or she. Proxy request, though. Anybody that calls proxy request, I'm going to jot these down actually. So notes to self. Proxy request, trigger action, get connection. Well, this explain the bugs are all connected to breaking a function contract, which means I should be writing more tests for these things too, which we will. So delete connection also returns self.doRequest. That's right. Oh, no, it doesn't. It returns the body, but that was a broken function. This does it and then it returns ready. I see. Return this. So yeah, anything that calls proxy request, trigger action. Let's see. Just those? Just those? I mean, this calls that. So that'll be need to change. That makes sense, but it's not a new. That's at a different level. Levels, man, levels. Okay, is that right? Is that it? Oh, well, let's do a search. Anything that calls. We need anything that returns self.doRequest. Let's get this right. Okay. So in IP info, there's a call here. Oh, this is a different do request. Fantastic, which we didn't change. This is a different helper object. So I just need to go inside Nango. And I'm not searching the whole thing. I want to search inside Nango. Anything that calls this. Okay, so we got our things. That's 196. These are the lines. 196, 214, 236, and 240. Those are the ones we need to check. All righty. All right, let's do it. So yes, this itself, again, is do request. Don't need to fix that. What was the next one? 214. Don't need to fix that. And then I think, yeah, we're narrowing down our suspects here to 236 and 240. So 236 is proxy request and 240 is trigger action. Great. So now we just need to find the things that call these. Great. There's only one place, and it already assumes that it returns a tuple. So that's fantastic. All right, proxy request, and then anything that calls trigger action. That's a lot more. Okay. Trigger action itself, get contact does. So, yeah. And actually, we can do a search here. Response equals self dot. This is all in one file. This is all in Nango. Sweet. So these are the 1, 2, 3, 4 things we need to change. Okay. Let's check. Status code, status code, status code, status code, status code, status code. Okay. In theory, that's all fixed. Let's try doing a connection locally and see if we are back in business. Integrations are valuable in part because they are aggravating. Because you're merging systems, right? And systems are nothing if not a connection between parts. And systems break when you change how parts interact. All right. Great. Are we running locally still? Yes. So let's go back to localhost. We're in our empty set here, integrations. Let's connect intercom locally. Make sure it still works. That works. I mean, did it not work before? I was doing it before. I feel like it's not working in other environments. Let's connect HubSpot as well and see if maybe having two things connected is a problem. Oh, I know why that is. That's a different issue. I'm asking for more permissions than that environment has access to. Okay. We're connected to both. That's great. And if I disconnect, that works now too. Okay. Well, all we can do is go back to Sentry and make sure that. Thank you, sir. On a live stream. All right. All we can do now is go back to Sentry and make sure that we fixed or addressed all the bugs that it was waving at us. And I mean, it would be dumb if we didn't fix the line where we were getting that error. So let's make sure we fix that. Find contacts, line 279 of Nango. Okay. Ooh, right. Well, I fixed that. Yeah, we fixed that. It pointed out this is the error line, but that's because this was receiving the wrong. It was receiving a tuple instead of unpacking it. So that's fixed. All right. Well, it's progress. Let's get this to staging. And you can see my lame Git skills live. This should have been. I know there's shortcuts. So this is. Get our delinting right. Get add. You got it. You even got a production fix. Look at that. I mean, you can't buy this kind of entertainment, and you should never pay for this kind of entertainment. But you can't buy it either. All right. Fixing broken. Do request. I don't know why I have to do that. If anybody is a Git master and can just help me never have to do that again, that'd be great. If not, I don't mind spending an extra second every time. Right. So let's go to our friend. We've now veered into some darker range Alice in Chains, which feels fitting. This is not the unplugged version. Matches the feelings of breaking production. Fortunately, it's a background process. The way it works is it'll just pick up the failures after this. So it's not like we've broken anything that's customer facing. We've broken a background job, and we are now fixing it. So earning that. Oh, this is kind of cool. Existing issues up for review. Is this helpful? So basically found the bug that this relates to, or could relate to, because it's this file. Well, that's neat. That's true. I feel like there's a wide open market for for live streaming development. I think most developers, this is like their nightmare, though. They don't want to be on camera. So it's all right. I went on Twitch, and man, there's like a few, but it wasn't much. So, by the way, fun Twitch story. I visited Y Combinator for like a startup meetup thing. I wasn't in the program, but I visited there for a meetup thing way back in like, I don't know, was it like 2009, I want to say. Got to the front door and with my luggage, because I was just their founder, showed up and was able to leave my luggage there for the day while I walked around Mountain View. But anyway, I later that night I was standing there with a whole bunch of people, and there was this one dude who was wearing a backpack and had a camera on, walking around, and a bunch of gear in the backpack. And they pulled into a side room and put out their laptop and had the camera connected, and they were debugging some stuff. And they were Python, I think, based. Anyway, that was Justin of Justin TV, Justin Kahn, which became Twitch, which got acquired for like what, $900 million by Amazon, right? I think it was, right? Yeah, it was $1 billion in 2014. So 5 years later, that worked out for them. So that's fun. I mean, maybe I should have like asked if they needed some help or something. That would have been smart, but I'm got to make my own opportunities. Yeah. Wonder how it went for him. Hope it worked out. Okay, deploying fix. Paying attention. Squash and merge. All right, that's going to staging. I'm going to let it go to staging, and I'm going to, I'm going to let it go to staging because I want to test it there. I don't want to do this again. If it doesn't actually fix it in staging, if I can't connect and disconnect and reconnect intercom and HubSpot, then I know it's not a solved problem, and we'll get back to it. Sweet. Corey Griffin, are you watching? You just liked the post. I don't know if you're watching though. If you are, how's it going, man? Hope you're well. Corey Griffin, he has a teleprompter app for what? SpeakFlow. That's right. This is a cool app. The online teleprompter. Hey, Keith. You know Keith. So yeah, this is pretty cool. If you're looking for a way to like have a teleprompter in front of you when you're doing screencasts or whatnot, SpeakFlow. Shout out to my man Corey. Good product, doing well. Very cool. Such a great example of one of those things that was missing in the world, and then he just plugged that hole, man. And he's been at it for long enough to start reaping the benefits. So good for him. Sweet. SpeakFlow. Speakflow.com. Great domain too. Didn't even have an HQ in there, man. I've got Use Summit. I couldn't get Summit. You know what Summit is? Summit is like some kind of parts company based in Dubai, I think. Yeah. I will never own Summit.com. Ever. This is like some multinational United Arab Emirates based parts supply company. And I think I peeled back the onion a little bit just to see if I could figure out. See, it says corporate headquarters is in Albuquerque, New Mexico, but I feel like when I wanted to buy, when I looked up who owned the domain, I didn't think it actually was based here. I could be wrong. Maybe it was a different Summit. Summit. No, I feel like that was it. Anyway, it looks like they're pretty attached. Looks like they're pretty big. Hell of a domain. Too bad. I mean, that's like a life goal right there, is being able to afford this domain. So, but SpeakFlow, that's a good one. I will never having good Google juice for Summit is also pretty freaking impossible. I think if you type in Summit, Summit racing equipment, good job. I mean, they're paying for that. They're actually the first. That's awesome. Summit racing equipment is the first Summit, beating out the dictionary definition of Summit. And then it drops off a hill. It's like Summit Austin, Summit Learning. I feel like we could be up here. I don't think we have a chance, though. I mean, there we are, but like, how biased is that, right? That's got to be based on the fact that they know that I visit that website a lot. So I don't know. I mean, I guess there's hope. I also don't think anyone's searching for Summit when they search for a no-code platform. So don't know that I care. Like I said, founder brain, we're all over the place. Everything, all the time. SEO, bug fixes, we do it all. But fortunate to be with a great team that does a ton too. So I could not do this myself. All right. So that's going to staging. It doesn't go faster by watching it. So I guess I'll go back to my empty slate problem for a minute. And yeah, disconnect this just so that when I get to test it again, I can see. All right. Yeah, empty slate problem. That's sad. So we want to fix this. Cool. Okay. So how are we going to make this better? We are going to need to add some welcome stuff. And I feel like this could be an intercom. So this could be an intercom pop-up product tour thingy. It's so tempting. But people just click and close that stuff, I hate to say it. People don't want to read and they don't read. So unless it's like buried in the product, I just feel like you're not going to see it. So going to require a little design work. I will clear my slate here of some of this stuff. So I can think. Don't need that. All right. What do I want to do? Well, let's do better than nothing. And this is local, so we can just make it better and keep making it better. Pre-deployment is starting. So sweet. When this finishes, we'll have something. But I'll change the title to something less, more exciting or less depressing. Less depressing, less exciting, perhaps, which is improving first run experience / onboarding. Cool. Let's do it. So this is from the guts of Python to the, so this is our model root overview. This is the list. This is the list page. It's so hard though, right? Because now I want to like spin up little dev items here on my computer, but if I need to keep wrestling with that bug, then I'm getting my hands dirty in the wrong direction. So, all right, this is finished. This finished. So let's go to see if staging is working. I clicked around before. I'm going to do a better job this time. I'm going to actually connect intercom and connect HubSpot. At least look at the pretty stuff. Okay. Okay. That's intercom's working in staging. If I go to integrations, they're connected. I'm going to disconnect both. That worked. That worked. I'm going to connect intercom and staging. This didn't show connected last time. So if I'm doing this right, this will show connected. Shows connected. Okay. You have to believe me. I don't want to go where a staging URL and over the interweb, but it does show connected now. So that appears to be fixing the underlying problem. I'll connect to HubSpot as well, just to be sure. It is disconnect. All right, connecting and disconnecting is working. It wasn't before. I believe that'll fix the bugs. Let's take this to production and fix it. All right. Yeah. So I already merged it into main to get it to staging. So now we need to do just a production deployment. No big deal. Facebook does these like every minute, right? We can do one every 10 minutes. All right. By the way, I mean, it's so funny. I was trying to build a Facebook app the other day so I could do OAuth with like, so we want to do, to help out our customers, we want to do like a OAuth connection to Instagram because you're advertising on Instagram. You want to check your advertising analytics and all that stuff. So I started to do like the Facebook developer thing, and I'll check it here again. I don't use Facebook though, but to create a developer account on Facebook, they basically said that I had to, they didn't trust me because I wasn't on Facebook a bunch. So they're like, come back later after we've established the fact that you're like trustworthy. I'm like, I'm not on Facebook. So that was annoying. What are you going to do? So, all right. Maybe they trust me now though. Did this do anything? I'm going to do this. There we go. All right. repeating the steps because I don't trust myself. There we go. See, that was supposed to happen and it didn't. That would have been sad. A waste of a deployment. All right. Fix on its way. Really need more confetti going on. Something. All right. All righty. That should be fixed. We'll see. Let me ask Peter. He's the one that flagged it for me. I'm going to say, hey, if that's fixed, I wonder if it'll resolve itself. Yeah. Oh, I have something else funny to show y'all. Somebody was trying to inject SQL into our product the other day. It was fun to see. It's not going to work. Fixes it. Just asking Peter if this deployment fixes it. Will things heal/resolve automatically? It is 7 hours later, though, in Belgium, 8 o'clock. So if he doesn't respond, I understand. I think it will. If not, I'll figure out how to kick the vending machine. Just kidding. It's more powerful than that. It is more powerful than that. Oh, yeah. So people were trying to inject SQL into our forms, and this was funny. We were getting all kinds of alerts about this. So this was I'll show you this. So yeah, we have a forms-based product. So people were shoving this. We kept getting alerts saying people were shoving this in there, and it's fun, right? Because they're trying to like put Postgres to sleep. They're doing a bunch of crazy stuff. It didn't work, but it was fun to see. And also, like these little dashes at the end, like these comments, made me wonder that they were trying to like see if our code was dumb enough to basically execute comments or ignore comments and kind of allow them through. I don't know. So that was fun to see. It's always a little flattering when people are, trying to break your stuff, I guess. Although there's bots out there now where it doesn't really mean anything because they just doesn't cost enough to attack someone, I guess. So, alrighty, let's let this run and let's see if we can fix the blank slate problem a little bit. Something a little bit more positive while this runs. And I'll just drill into this so I have the little yellow dot and I can see when it's done. When that goes green, we'll know that we need to test prod again. So, okay. Let's load up. Yeah, so we have this loaded. This is what gives us the list of models. We can even figure that out by finding the part where it says you don't have any models yet. So that's there. This is sad, so we want to fix this. And we want to put the we have this create with AI step instead, and export default function this, and this returns this div. So again, junior React dev talking out loud here, but like if I import this function into the other thing, I should be able to call it and get that in there, right? Let's see. That is how I think React works. There's only one way to find out. Oh, you know what? Did I already generate a bunch of crap? I did not. Git checkout. Did I already have a first run experience thing that I started to work on and then I realized I had a bug? Yeah, I think so. All right. Cool. All right. At the very least, we can get that component on this screen and make this a lot more welcoming to new signups. So we're going to open this up for self-service next week. And we don't want people to be greeted with this. This is like everything that's wrong with onboarding. So let's make this better. All right, and the way in theory we make this better is routes model overview. Okay, we can go back to here, and we can I mean, yeah, we should really import this, right? From where is this stored? Well, let's see. The thing that confuses me the most about React is just the packaging and file paths is like its own, is definitely its own hill to climb in terms of these things. So, like, this is under, that's just deep, man. Source app routes model and route import. Okay, so source app routes. And I guess it should be a component. Maybe I just didn't put it in the right place in the first place. It's this. Okay, so I want to import that in here. So that would be, and see, we're using @ symbols as shortcuts. Yeah, see, like, I would love to demystify this for myself. Why the hell are we using @ signs? Where is this at? Nope, that's sign symbol / shortcut defined. Like, is that something you just get to decide to do? I guess that's the name of the package or something. It's a scoped package. Ah. All right, so it's if it's an npm, but it's, I see. Okay. All right. So that's an it's if the module was installed from npm kind of thing, which is why we have it for this, but we have it for components as well. We even have it for our own models, which means we're using it. Right. So, I mean, I feel so dumb here, but I'm like writing a new import statement, and it's not entirely clear to me. Well, I know it's not under components, it's under routes. So there must be something that says from routes, right? That should be valid as well. No, nobody does that. That's not a thing. Okay, so nope. Which is weird. So that means that we're just doing I assume we're doing from app / routes. Nope, not doing that either. Oh, could be this. Nope. So see, this is where this is so unbeginner friendly because you just want to import something, right? So I can copy like a monkey if I want to just copy something. So I'm like, oh, look, it's in the same thing as slices. But in this case, my function here is inside of a different folder, and it's just hell soup, man. I mean, this is nothing to be proud of in terms of React. So okay, @ routes is the, why didn't I find this before? Oh God, I was searching Mango Pie. That's why. User error. This is a thing. This is not a thing. I swear this was a thing a second ago. Wait, what's going on? It is a single tick. See, I'm just trying to confirm that this is something that people do. Okay, see, why does that have to be so hard? And I even use it elsewhere. Yeah, that makes sense. I import this thing elsewhere. There we go. See, just building confidence, right? I'm a junior React dev, senior Python dev. Being full stack is hard in 2024, man. It's kind of insane. This is live. Great. So let's. Well, this finished. It doesn't mean that it's totally finished yet. So let's check. Oh, full stack in 2024. It is a ride. All right, no, it said it's succeeded. So let's go to production and see if we can unfoobar this. This connection should, if this worked, when I finish this connection, it should appear and say you're connected now because we fixed those functions. I'm afraid to click it because then I find out the truth. This is Schrodinger's cat bug here, but we're just going to do it. Yes. Okay. Yay. All right. Should we change the music? I've heard this song already. Yes, I should. That was a full loop of Alice in Chains. That got us through the first hour. I feel like Stone Temple Pilots is the answer to Friday afternoon. All right. Yeah, a little smoother, a little bit more upbeat. All right. So that worked. If I disconnect this thing, it also works. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Peter hasn't gotten back in my query, but I'm going to assume, well, maybe he has. I'm going to assume that this is going to heal itself in terms of the background jobs, because they would have had to restart and stuff anyway. So we'll find out. I can go back in Sentry now and see. But signs point to yes. Signs point to yes, that we are in business. All right, let's connect HubSpot as well, just to prove that we can have two in parallel. Also, HubSpot is one that uses contact syncing, which is what was broken before. So, do you? All right. Thank you. Hopefully, I don't need you anymore. I'm not doing any more deployments today if this works. Sentry. Not going to show Sentry just because I feel like that's probably not a great idea. Just in case. They show stuff in there. All right. When's the last time this happened? I'm going to mark this as resolved and see if it comes back. And I'm going to mark this as resolved and see if I can. I'm just going to mark them as resolved and see if they return. This one too. Yeah. If these don't come back, it means the background jobs are working. These are 56 minutes old. Awesome. All in a day's work. All right. I'll just keep my eye on that. Cool. Let's hope for the best. I don't see anything at the moment. Keep you here pessimistically. All right. I imported my widget. And be honest, I'm not exactly sure how to use it, but where are we? Oh, this is the editor. I don't want to be here. I got to go back into my... This was the line I wanted, though. I think I already stole this line. Yep. So this is what I was looking for. Had to talk myself through it. So I guess, yeah, this is the NPM thing, but also we use NPM for our own stuff. So like that makes sense, I guess. There's no manual that I read that explains this to me, but GPT is my manual. So I'm just going to lean on that. Peter says, yes, it'll heal itself if it's fixed. And if one gets stuck, he can tell you how to get it, but he thinks it's fine. Sweet. I don't see anything new in Sentry. These things typically run every minute. I'm going to keep refreshing, but fixed. What a day. What a morning. All right. Let's yeah. Why the curly? Yeah, no, I'm just going to use that line the way it was elsewhere. And I'm going to copy from myself the way it's done elsewhere as well. So where else do I import this? I imported it here, and when I used it, just like that. That's all you do? I guess. It's crazy that like this is my level of React understanding, and yet I was able to, with the help of GPT, completely redesign the look and feel of all the front end stuff. It's not that I don't understand programming concepts; it's that the syntax that they use is what's alien to me. And so, like, I can understand the shapes and stuff, and it's like I don't know, maybe it's like the way a kid, maybe it's the way like a 2-year old kind of understands what their parent is saying. Even if they don't understand all the big words they're using, they know that they want them to do something or whatever. Like, I feel like I have that kind of understanding when I look at this code React. It's like, I kind of know what you want me to do. I kind of know what I need to tell you to do, but we don't exactly speak the same. We don't have the same vocabulary. This is way the vocabulary of React experts is far beyond me at this point. But I'm getting there. I learned destructuring the other day. Uh, in Python, we call that unpacking something or assigning something, splitting something on assignment. But anyway, wizardry. All right. So I mean, this is interesting. Obviously, it's in the now it's this component then is an argument to route, which takes an element. That doesn't necessarily mean that's how you like weave it in somewhere. So, but it could. All right, let's go here and see how we weave in other components, right? I mean, that would make sense. This thing uses other stuff. So the way you use them is, it's like an HTML tag that's a function call, basically. Okay. So if board's length is, so we call them boards. The models, we had a long history here, legacy history. I don't know which sounds worse or better, but calling the models that are in this thing boards, models, apps, canvases. Naming things is one of the other hard problems in computer science, right? So we've changed the names over time, but it's called boards in this code. So anyway, if the boards is greater than 0, then this. Otherwise, we show this lame thing. So what I want to do is replace this lame thing with something better. Let's do that. And I want to call this. I want it to be in. I think it can kind of just take over this whole space. Kind of afraid to lose this. But this should take arguments, right? So I think. No, it doesn't take any arguments. So it doesn't take any arguments because it pulls in everything it needs from its own state. I guess if a component did take arguments, then I would need to pass them in here. And I think those are called props because we needed a new word for arguments. Am I right? I'm going to ask GPT that and see what it says. When React developers say props, are those just arguments to components? Yes. In React, when developers refer to props, they're essentially talking about the arguments passed to components, short for properties. See, I never even knew that, which is embarrassing again. But I'm just embarrassing my. This is about me on a journey with with the modern way of doing front end development, which I have to say, I do freaking love the results, but deciding to call arguments props, why? Why did you do that? Why'd you have to do that? No, because they're properties of this. Yeah. Well, if it makes you feel smarter, I guess. Wild. It's just funny. All right. Let's see. Yeah, improving for it. We're still on that. All right. So cool. We learned it. We learned a secret. I learned something. It's just a fancy word for arguments. So ours doesn't take any arguments. This crate model with AI modal not modal, component. So like I can just call it as an empty node. What is this going to do? I bet you this is invalid syntax. See, I can tell because it's changing colors here, and that's never good. So what I'm going to do is, I don't know enough to know why this syntax. I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess I need to put curly braces around this. No, see, I did that, and this div still looks like a bag of Skittles, and so that's not good. So I'm going to ask GPT why my div looks like a bag of Skittles and see if it knows. It's going to tell me. this is the process. I think I have some. Of course, I have some broken syntax because this is the turducken of programming languages. We've got HTML, CSS, JavaScript, not really, TypeScript, which is a strongly typed JavaScript. All just in bed with each other here. Yeah, the issue comes returning two sibling JSX elements. Of course. Is this where we need to use a fragment by any chance? No. Yes, this is where we need to use a fragment. First time I saw fragments, I was like, y'all are out of your minds. We're going to literally create an empty node to solve a problem. But I understand. You're all suffering. We're all suffering together. Suffering is the one common human experience. We just don't accept it often enough. So, yeah. And if you're just tuning in, by the way, the intercom integration is live, and I tested it. I should test it again. I tested the fact that it's connected, which makes me really happy, but I didn't test actually making a call. So let's do that. And I think, where's my really simple call to intercom? Get contacts. Yeah. Boom. Yes. It's a no-code platform that calls AI, written in Python. It's actually got a wrapper around it. The front end is React. And you can't be an expert in everything. So if you look at the radar chart, if you were recruiting me for your baseball team, my shortcoming is on that React front end dimension since 2006. Okay, just being honest. And so here's me looking at a subject area where it's like I stopped reading. It's like I stopped taking the classes. I mean, this is like the person who is just like, I took enough science, I took enough math. I'm done now. And then later you're like, yeah, I didn't take OChem. I don't really know what you're talking about. But so that's me in React. I pulled the eject lever on front end development in 2011, and then didn't try it again until 2019. Not surprisingly, used some really old frameworks then, Bootstrap, jQuery. I dabbled in Vue just to get things off the ground. Then I pulled the eject lever again, found people smarter than me on front end development who still work with us, like Peter. But I just really want to make changes still to the front end stuff. It's fun. And so I'm challenging myself to learn it. And I get to ask GPT stupid questions like, what are we doing here? And this is what we're doing here. So wrap the two sibling elements in a fragment to satisfy the single element return requirement. Okay, I see. So that is the requirement, huh? Oh, okay. So there's a law in React that you may not return multiple elements, basically a list of elements or siblings. You have to return one. So what are we doing? Oh, we give it a parent. Okay, we're wrapping both in a parent, but it's an empty, non-existent parent that the DOM collapses or something ends up interpreting as non-existent and collapsing it. Wild. Okay, cool. So we have this. Yeah. Let's just plug this in. Plug and chug. Get rid of that multicolored div. Look at that. It's pretty again. All right. Yes, that's me tabbing my frickin' code because I don't use prettier on save. I should. I know I should. I just don't yet. My IDE is basically a colorful notepad. it's been called. It does tell me what Git branch I'm in, so that's cool. What language I'm using, but other than that, man, I'm just like, yeah, I do have. No, I don't even use snippets anymore. I don't know. I don't really like learning new things unless I have to. uh, I'm a weird kind of dev. I don't really like to. I don't really like to just monkey around with my tools and navel gaze. I like to. I don't know. It just doesn't bring me joy. All right, so that's cool. Now let's go back to here and see what happens. I mean, so that's the magic of React. Like, I have to hand it to it. Okay, the fact that that did work, it's what makes me take back everything I say. And the fact that it worked and I didn't have to recreate anything. I mean, obviously, that's what you can do in other front end stacks and frameworks. I'm not saying it's unique to React. However, at least it delivers on the promise, right? Which is that. And now, what this means is I could pass in arguments to this component that tells it that it's in a it's in this context, right? It's in the model screen, because right now this element only exists on this page, and I think it's lame to have obviously two pages identical. So what we want to do is we want to pass in some kind of prop now that tells it that it's in a different context, and we want to have it like wider and different text, probably more like I mean, we need to basically say stuff like welcome. Now the other thing I could do would be obviously to abstract away just like the core component of this thing, but I don't really want to do that, because then you could call from two places. You could just wrap it in whatever you want to wrap it in, wherever you are. But I don't want to do that. It sounds like too much work, so I'm just going to do this, and then we'll be done for the day. Well, at least in terms of coding and wrestling the monsters of coding. So, cool. I mean, 3 hours of streaming is not bad. All right. This needs to take some arguments. It doesn't yet. That means I need to look at some things that take arguments, since that's not a thing that I do really yet. So, what takes arguments? This does. Like, look at all this. Look at all this syntax. If this were Python, you'd have like one orange word in there, but no, we can't do that. All right. I'm not complaining. I mean, it is amazing. This is TypeScript though too, right? So we're typing everything. That kind of makes sense. So yeah, let's just continue the process here. Let's just ask our friend. I want this. Tell it if. I love not caring about spelling with GPT, by the way, too. So I want this TypeScript for you. I'm going to take a prop that tells it if the component should be widescreen or not. Yes, define an interface with type safety. So yeah, I need to put in. I mean, that's not bad. That's just typing. Oh, an interface. Do I really? No, I don't need all that. Why do I need an interface? Do I really need that? Oh, the interface is. Oh, I see. The interface is itself a type. I mean, that makes sense, but I haven't seen that since like, I don't know, C#.net. Sure. I don't think we do that elsewhere, do we? That seems really intense. I'm going to try it without. I mean, I see that anywhere else? Do we even have the word interface? I mean, yeah, we do. All right. All right. And it goes in TypeScript, not TypeScript. No, we have them in both. Okay. Okay. So I do need to do this. Fun. There's so much cruft. Whatever. All right. So yes, we do need this. I'm gonna do the obvious, what a developer would think to do, and put it here. I don't know if that's valid. If it's not, I'll learn. I mean, where are we putting interfaces otherwise? We probably have a place for interfaces, don't we? We have a place for components too. These are all in components, and mine isn't. My component's not in a component thing, but looks like we have them in other things too. Context. Yeah, they're just dangling out here. All right. Cool. Well, I'm a big boy now. I'm going to write an interface. And that's a TypeScript thing, obviously. I think. I say obviously, and I'm like, actually, I don't know. Gonna ignore this part of the GPT thing because I don't trust that, and I don't need that. That's actually not what I want to do with it. But I want to insert this into here. There we go. I want this, but I do want this to be optional and default to false. So I just tell it what to do. It's like the lowest paid React developer in the world in that sense. I'm just like, make this optional and default it to false. And it's like, good. I've read all of the documentation and studied React for a long time. Okay. So basically, question mark after the in this definition. I think it's just this, right? Yep. So that question mark, and then that means that we don't have to pass it in. And if we don't have to pass it in, it needs a default argument, which just equals false. So I think I can just do this. All right. I'm calling it is widescreen instead of like is onboarding because we might want to use it elsewhere. So I want it to be less like context specific than it's on the onboarding screen. But that might not be good enough. We'll see. Checking still works. It still works. That's great. Okay. So now I can use this prop. I can use this prompt in the model root overview. Yeah. Okay. So the way this works is like this. Did we capitalize screen? No. I think you have to do this. Make sure it still works. Didn't break anything. By the way, the hoodie is Tiny C. Tiny Seed. I thought their logo was on here somewhere. It's a very subtle. Anyway, this is Tiny Seed. Tiny Seed is a startup investor in Summit. And if you're a bootstrapper, especially bootstrapper mindset, they're great. So this is Derek, by the way, maker of Savvy Cal, I talked about earlier. That's me. It's a blurry version of me wearing a Patagonia, which I was issued at some point. And then this is Rob Walling, who kind of runs the show. And then this is Einar. This is my favorite Norwegian right here. He's a cool guy. This is Peter Soom, reform.at. So yeah, check out Tiny Seed. And this is Brian. Brian is definitely not on this podcast, I would have to guess. But yeah, he has an interior design SaaS. These are all good people. Good people. That's the thing about Tiny Seed, good people. So anyway, check it out if you're interested in funding for your startup or your idea. If you have some revenue, it's a great community. So shout out to Tiny Seed. All right. Let's see. So did I break this yet? No. All right, this works. So now I just need to leverage this. See, I feel like now we're in a groove. Now I can use this. I can use this. I've always thought these. So I have a little animated delay things that come up and tell you like, please wait while the Wizard of Oz creates your model. And I always feel like they're just a little too short. It's just animation to tell you that nothing's broken. I wouldn't call it a lie, but it's something. Uh, it's not broken if it's animating. That's true. It's just not. It's just not automatically getting. It's not like it's using a pusher or something in the background to get live feed. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to widen this. We need to widen this, and so I would, being the lame developer that I am, what I would do first is I'd probably come in here and look at this card and be like, "Yo, how do I make you wider?" Like I said, my CSS skills are worse than my React skills at the moment, just because of how much stuff has changed. But yeah, W full, but it's not really W full. Now, maybe it's the margin forcing it. I don't know why. What happens if I get rid of this? I like to play with CSS just by doing this. Okay, see? That's not a bad guess. Not a bad guess. So what I need to do is I need to come in here and say, this is the thing that I want to be optional if widescreen is true. So I don't really know how to do that. I know that I want to do it, but I don't know how to do that. So I'm going to come back to our friend here and say, if I want so I got this. So if I want the max W3XL to be omitted, sometimes it's just down to choosing the right words with AI, like omitted. It just feels like the right word to use to help it understand what I'm trying to do. If is widescreen is true, how can I express that? And then I learn, and maybe I don't need it the next time. There's going to be some curly braces. There's going to be probably a ternary operator. There's going to be some literals that need to be all merged together. Exactly. See? And this is the thing that kills the joy out of learning how to develop something, is just coming up with this frickin' phrase right here. That's no fun. That's no fun. Now, I think knowing enough development to read this line after it's been written for you is good. But nobody wants to learn how to write this line. So yeah. So what they're saying is put this at the top. Oh, these are two ways to do it. I see. Using template literals. Yeah, I don't like that as much. Ooh, this is uglier though. All right, I'll do this. This is basically going to build the class names. I'm going to make that plural. But this will build the class names for me. Here. All right. Guess I'll just do this up here. I'm not sure what the best practice would be where to put this, but this feels good. It's close to this. My developer instinct says put it close to the put the usage of it close to the passing in of it. Class names plural, like that better. I mean, this makes sense, but just like I said, typing that is not fun. And so yeah, thank you, GPT. And so now I get this now. See, I've done this enough that you put this bad boy in a curly brace, and then you can do this, I think. Sweet. Conversation. Haha. All right. I mean, it does beg the question of why don't we just have it be wide in this view too? I don't know. It's a great point. It's almost like by making this better, I'll come back and realize how this could be better too. Well, by making this, I'll realize how this could be better. So kind of how it works. Just like Wrapping spirals around your brain. All right. And that's like I think it's indented too much too, though. And that culprit is the, I got it computed. The orange one is, yeah, that's the padding's fault. That's the padding's fault. So I'm going to pull the PX6 out of this as well in wide view. Let's pull out that as well. I can tell you, this isn't as exciting as fixing a production bug, but it's a lot less stressful. Refresh Century and there's no bugs, man. So how about them apples? All right. All right. Cool. I want to rip that out as well, the padding. So just going to pull this in here. Somewhere out there's somebody who's getting GPT to write Python for them, and we're just coming from opposite directions. That's all. Which is pretty cool. I'm a big believer in AI to help developers become more proficient in a language. I think like to not understand code at all, I mean, you can have it teach you code then, actually. Like wherever step you're at, obviously you can have it teach you the next step. But I think just like saying, hey, generate some code for me, and I don't know any code at all, it's probably not going to work out that well. All right. And now I think we actually need to, I mean, this is pretty good. We don't need this anymore at all, actually. I mean, we want to say like you don't have any models yet, so create with AI. But maybe we just want to say get started with AI, get started making some models with AI. So we could change the title based on the context, but I don't want to say that, again, we're onboarding. So I just want to have the title itself be a variable. And now that this monkey has learned how to do that, I'm locked and loaded. So I can just do that. I can just copy. I can just do what I did before again and make that better. So I'm going to go back, though, and remove this awful thing that isn't fit. Maybe we will ship this today. I mean, this is going well. So cool. Kind of don't like how we have two blue buttons going both to the same place. This is also pretty darn small. We don't really rock big buttons though, and that sounds funny. In Summit, it's very like more sophisticated. The margin is also bad in this context, so I'm gonna get rid of the margin as well, the upper margin. That's here. Margin top. See, this is where you feel productive. Now we're at cruising altitude. We're in that flow. Which, what was his name? Csikszentmihalyi. Flow, Cheek. There you go. Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi. Mihaly? I am not getting this right. But anyway, invented the concept of flow, in case you're wondering. Distinguished professor of psychology. University of Chicago. That's how I knew that. I went to UC too. And shout out to any Maroons that may see this one day. But I didn't know. That's so cool. And Hungarian, which is rad because half my ancestry is Hungarian too. So super cool. Love it. Love it. Born in Croatia. Hungarian American psychologist. That's cool. Herbert Simon, who invented the phrase or coined the phrase attention economy, also went to the University of Chicago. Quick side note. If you haven't read any of his stuff, highly recommend. Just a genius. Satisficing, bounded rationality, attention economy. Can't go wrong. Also a Maroon. So we're the other nerdy college that's not in New England or the Pacific West. So, all right. Anyway, we're in flow. Feels good to be in flow. I don't see. So the margin top didn't really help. It must be this padding top. Yes. Now that almost feels too tight. Almost feels too tight. And I actually think this this create with AI button should almost be gone. If you're seeing this, you shouldn't see this. That's stupid. Also, I just like this better. I think even, but see, if this is all that's on the page, that just doesn't feel right. What are we doing here? Huh. We are like, if I go to so Zapier's interesting. They have a similar thing where you don't have a. What would you like to automate? I mean, they put the colorful box around it and everything, which is pretty rad. Kind of feel like yoinking that, stealing it, not stealing, borrowing. It's an idea. I could reverse the colors. Hey, whose homepage does not look like Stripe's today? Okay. Every time Stripe comes out with a new homepage, everybody loses their minds, and there's 50 more theme forests that look just like Stripe. Okay. It's flattery. It's flattery. However, I cannot help but notice that this rainbow looks an awful lot like this. Just saying. Pattern matching. By the way, I am going to the Zapier and AI virtual webinar here to learn about how Zapier is using AI. If you're into no code, that would be a cool thing to go to. I think you could just attend for free. It's my plans, at least. See if I get bumped at the door, but highly recommend checking it out. I'm always curious. I mean, this is a nice box. Mine's a little wordy, just a little. There's no zazzle, you know. This is very zazzly. I'm jealous. How do I get a zazzly box? I mean, I could put a ring around it. Better put a ring on it, or something. It's terrible. It's so terrible. This is just my brain. There's a hamster running through my brain right now, just telling me what to say. So I could just, but that's not our style. Intercom. I would say our style is more intercom. Not the homepage as much, but like once you get into the product, yeah, just like a little bit more like svelte. They do that bar at the bottom. That's pretty rad. This was Sam who helped me get the intercom app live. Definitely amazing service. So thank you for that. Who's Phil, by the way? I've seen Phil intercom avatar. I'm so curious. Is it Phil Byrne? Could be. Could be. Could be. Maybe. All right. So I'm getting a little inspiration here from them. Like, this is nice. This is nice. Oh, these are progress bars, actually. Which is not a bad idea for a home screen where you haven't done anything yet either, though, you know? Yeah. I mean, I already have the shadow and the full width. Like, obviously, this isn't that different. I don't like my prompts. I mean, that could be better. You know, it'd be really cool is if each prompt had a copy button next to it and you could just paste it in. Or you just click it and it puts it in automatically. Huh. I also think it would be fun is if there was a button that just said, I'm feeling lucky. And it just came up with an idea. Like, so we have these custom GPTs. This one is the data scripting one. So this custom GPT, basically, it knows Summit, the language, everything. It basically knows how to build stuff in Summit. And that's what's a better version of this is actually powering the feature that we're working on. But I can say stuff like, I need an idea for a Summit model that will improve HubSpot workflow, right? What can I build? And I think like this would be obviously a great button for us to have Like we should have a magic button that runs this. Now, obviously, we're linking people to this. So if I go over here, we have a under this GPT Copilot, and it loads this up. But integrating that into this, which is beyond the scope of an afternoon, at least this afternoon, would be sweet. I just want this to look better right now. But see, it's like writing the model for me, which is what it does, obviously, when we click this other button. What is it saying I should make? Fetch all leads from HubSpot that have been added in the last week, analyze the leads based on criteria, filter out the ones that are high quality, and send an email notification. Dope. So actually, I'm going to import this just for funsies and see. It's not going to work right off the bat, probably, but it's going to be pretty. Copy. All right, let's do that. HubSpot leads notification idea. So you could like integrate this right into a HubSpot workflow, depending on how this goes. Sweet. So yeah, there you go. Yep. So basically what this is doing is creating an object for the current date. It's creating an object for a week ago. Wrote the query to feed to HubSpot's endpoint for contacts. I mean, I'm connected to HubSpot, right? This might do something. It works? No way. All right, let's check this out. What does the email look like? Oh, unknown filter, JSON. Oh yeah, this filter. This filter is bad because it hallucinated like what properties we have in HubSpot. But like this is pretty darn close. What it decided at the end is we would just send it to a. They're saying, hey, post it to your email service. Basically, run this query on your HubSpot contacts. It's taking into account the current date and a week ago. It's fetching all your HubSpot leads that came in the last week. This filter doesn't. This is a hallucination because it's assuming we have company size and lead scores properties on our contacts. We probably don't. And in fact, I can see what that error is. Oh no, it just doesn't like the ampersand. Huh. Yeah, it always writes. Okay, so what we need to do instead is, I'm too tempted to fix this. All right, damn. All right, let's put a table on here. We'll put a table. We need to dump the HubSpot data into a table. There'll be a JSON table, but we're just going to contacts. The data is all consistently shaped, so we can just call it contacts. Put the data in here. And now, rather than writing a complex JSON path expression, we can just parse this. We just parse this table using SQLite, actually. So, I mean, the cool thing about AI in this case is it didn't totally write it for me, but it did a lot of the grunt work, which is pretty fun. Okay. We want to now run a query on this. I don't even know what the options are, though. It's saying lead score and company size. So basically, good lead scores and good company size. What is even in this table? Nothing? Nothing. Huh. Well, that's not right. Something's coming back from this, right? Oh, no, it's an empty set. Maybe these are not. I should probably make sure these exist first. No. Okay. So it's an empty results set. That's why there's no new. Oh, there haven't been any new leads. It's just supposed to make this like a bazillion days. No new. There might be no leads in this account. Anyway, that's too bad. What happens if we don't filter based on leads? Yeah, I don't know. It looks like this account doesn't have any leads in it, but if it did, I'm not going to finish this since there's no leads in this account. Oh, wait, did I set this to 0? Yeah, I did. All right. There's no leads in this HubSpot account, but if there were, this would be cool. I could finish this, but I'm not going to. It works though. Fundamentally works. The data's not there. All right, let's go back to our onboarding. I like this better. Wide. I want these to be better looking. And you know where I go for better looking components? I go to our friends at Tailwind Labs and I look for tastier stuff. Sign in. Yes. Totally worth it, by the way. I mean, what, like $300 or something for like perfect drop-in components? Obviously, you can make them work for you, but somebody asked if Summit works with Klaviyo. The answer is yes. The reason the answer is yes is thanks to Nango. Nango connects to Klaviyo. So if you want to use Summit with Klaviyo, totally doable. We just need to turn it on. Or obviously, we have a Vault feature. The Vault is like environment variables. So if you want to just Summit's a development environment like Replit in that sense, but for no coders. If you come into the Vault and you want to add a API key, you can do that. These are all encrypted. You basically get to use your own account credentials to connect to the service. OAuth is nice because then you don't have to manage these. But it means that if an API has an endpoint on the internet, you can build a Summit model that connects to it, which is how it should be. All right. Where are we going? We are going back to local. All right, and where I was going is Tailwind. Thanks for the question, by the way, Phil. Would love to talk about it if you want to chat sometime. So let's build some stuff together. I will help you build stuff, by the way. So if you're interested in Summit, and you want to sign up for early access, we have a sign up there. We have a free to get started plan. And if you want to start, if you want to rock and roll and get started on something, just let me know. So looks like we had some stuck workers. Stuck workers again. Let me check Sentry. I will fix this afterwards if we have an issue again. No new error. All right, looks like Peter might unstuck it. It's not a new error. Production's still good. Anyway, if you'd like to get started with Summit for free, I will help you. I will help you use AI, or I will just help you build a flow, a model, as we call them in Summit, that you can call from HubSpot, from Klaviyo, etc. And the only thing I'll say about Klaviyo is what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to use we can connect to Klaviyo as a data source. You're going to need to, Klaviyo does not let you make API calls from a Klaviyo workflow and process the results right inside the workflow the way you can with Zapier, Make, N8N, Intercom, even Customer IO, and Zapier. So from Klaviyo, you can, though, trigger a Summit model to run. And we can definitely have a Summit model run that pulls Klaviyo data into it and runs, on a schedule or trigger using Zapier or some other tool. So yeah, definitely can get e-commerce data into Summit if you want to. So yeah. Phil's asking if there's any use case. I just answered the question, but I'll link you to this part of the live stream later. Any use case? You tell me. Basically, you tell me. Yeah, what's your use case, man? I'll tell you if it'll work. I'm not an e-commerce person. I have a friend that owns an e-commerce business. High Cotton Ties out of North Carolina. If you or your loved ones are looking for ties, cotton ties for prom, senior engagements, stuff like that, you want to look fancy, High Cotton Ties, 100% cotton, made in America, good stuff. Anyway, Shopify store. All right, let's make this pretty. Tailwind is going to have something in here that makes our prompts look like they weren't just thrown in there by a junior React dev that doesn't know CSS in 2024. I can feel it. All right, cool. Yeah, and I'm signed in now because I have Tailwind UI. So I can just browsing the shopping cart of professionally designed components. It's like cheating, man. All right, What's a good component for this though? This is an app UI kind of component. It's not a section header. Why did I click that? It's a I mean, it's a very simple element. It's basically just like a little badge, you know. Um, hmm. I mean, it's a thing with a button on the right. So, because the button could be the copy button. I mean, it's a button. Are these just buttons? Inline buttons lined up in a row? Could be. Speaking of e-commerce, maybe it's just a bunch of inline buttons. Thing is, I'm not good at inlining things, but GPT can help with that. Badges or buttons? I feel like they're flat buttons. Yeah, these are flat buttons. So, yeah, we can just make small ones. Not that small. Soft buttons. Soft feels good. It's a nice word. This is already soft. They need to go here and kind of stand out a little bit. Buttons with a leading icon. Yeah. With a trailing icon, that would imply copy. But I kind of like it at the beginning. I want a copy icon at the beginning of the prompt. Makes it obvious that it's a button you can click to copy it. Because selecting it and pasting it in sucks. So, yeah, let's do that. Okay. I want this kind. Button. Now we have our own buttons in Summit, obviously. So I should just use our Summit. I just use our button components, right? I think this just helped me decide that these should just be really long buttons. All right, let's see. Yeah, let's see. Let's see what our button components are like. I don't think our buttons let you copy. Link button, anchor button. Kind of combining the functionality of click to copy, which is another thing we have that's not on buttons. It's on all right, let's just make them buttons first, and then we'll figure it out. And or the harder part is the click to copy thing, right? If I do click to copy and just have it be in line there, it might just work. Maybe it's better just to use click to copy first, since that's the harder part. We have a click to copy component already. Yeah, let's try this. All right, yeah, these are the lame things. So instead of these, I mean, I could still use the li to structure it, but we want to use this click to copy instead. So let's just bring this in here. And then I think click to copy takes. Now, obviously, the nice thing is having a very large sort of semi-mature code base. We have a bunch of stuff built already. So I'm kind of just constantly in the grocery store grabbing new stuff. Okay. I mean, what I should do is grab someone that's using click to copy already. This is just super lazy, but it makes sure I don't make any mistakes. And then I have a list of all the props that I can pass this thing. All right. I'm not sure what the ID should be. Does it matter? I'm sure it matters. I'll come up with something. So this is going to be, let's just call this prompt 1. And the text is going to be this. Well, maybe it's all this. See if that works. Or did I just break everything? It's imported. I'm trying to use it. You're not going to load. Oh yeah, I didn't like that. Yeah, it's the quote. I figured. This is naughty. So I'm gonna learn something here. I'm gonna ask GPT why this is not allowed. It's always these little things of like, you're not allowed to put an ampersand next to a curly brace next to a bracket unless it's a fragment. And I'm just not that smart yet. So, can you fix this syntax? $20 a month developer. So I can just use quotes, is what it's telling me. That's funny. All right. Well, that's what I would have guessed, I guess. It's nice to know. Don't escape it when it's actually in a curly brace, because that's code. Got it. I'm only escaping it when it was in the HTML portion because that's not code. Got it. I definitely don't want a new line here. All right. Woohoo! As you don't know nothing. Nice. Now, that's not how we want it to behave, but it's in the thing. Huh. Alrighty. It's in the thing. Let's put all of the, well, let's not put all of them in the thing because, yeah, we don't want to put them all in there because then we're going to have to fix the styling on all of them. The idea is right. Now, I don't want full width, though. So let's see if that's an option for click to copy. Or maybe I can just set maybe I can set the width here. That's stupid. Max width? Half width, full width, max width 20, width. Let's do width, and then it's always a multiple of, it's a power of 2, right? Guaranteed. Sick. All right, it was, but it's not big enough. So, I just don't want this to have any space in it, right? So how do I get to not go all the way across the screen? All right, we'll see if, yeah. I'm not really sure how to get to not go across the screen. They're all gonna have to be the same length, right? Because they're blocks. I mean, it'll look better that way, I guess. Interesting. All right, well, see if we can make this click to copy thing look better. We don't want it to actually look like an input field. That's confusing. But I do like the copy. I don't really want, I mean, I guess it's okay to say the word copy. Kind of be nice if the copy was on the left, though, because these are all, well, all right, let's just beach him on the right and see what happens. I guess I do need to see all of them, and then I can feel differently about these. I also need to change these quotes because I don't feel like these are the best prompts for us anymore. They're okay, but let's see, prompt 2. All right. I'm just telling that person, tell me if your use case and I'll tell you if it's doable. All right. All right. So we're going to have a bunch of ugly buttons here. I still want the colorful outline, sort of. I mean, this isn't the worst thing ever. It's just that interacting with it isn't great. But, like, that's not terrible. At least all the copies are in the same, it actually is better that they're all in the same spot. And I don't think leading with the word copy makes a lot of sense. Hmm. Does Zapier even have examples? They don't. Give me a prompt. I think they might have a Copilot feature, though, once you get in here. Make me a zap. That's a full send right there, man. Just putting the wizard GIF right inside the... When a new lead is added to Salesforce, send oh, how about starting with this? That's a lot of messages. All right. Let's do this. Oh, they did give me an example. Was that example always there? Gosh, people don't read. Hold on. I'm going to refresh this. Yeah. Okay, that example was there. They just have one example. Is it better to have multiple examples? I think it's better to have like multiple that are very different than each other. Mine just aren't very nice looking. Huh. Yeah, it'd be nice if they had like logos and stuff or something. I don't know. I mean, they're all over it here with the logos and they're showing you examples, but they just did the text at the bottom. There's no copy button or anything. So, I mean, interesting. The more details, the better. That's good help text. What does mine say? Prompt the builder. It's like a pun. I mean, it's not terrible. It's better than it is now. I don't have a ton of ideas. I don't like this title. Maybe the next thing I'll do is fix the title. I think any more and this won't be as subtle. And I don't think we need more lines stretched across the screen. I like them really faint. Yeah. All right. Let's make other things better and see if we feel better about everything. Because I think I think this should say get started with AI or don't. And then maybe I can figure out how to hide this button. I think I'd feel better if I figured out how to hide this button. That would improve. Because having two competing primary buttons, that's stupid. And that's also screwing with my brain. I feel like you're trying to lead me to click this one and this one at the same time. And then you put the icon on this one, which is these sparkles are clashing with these sparkles, and then this one isn't sparkly. So, and then you got the wizard here. So we're all over the place. All right. Let's see if we can get rid of that button. That is stored in, well, I can find it. Create with AI. And we want to hide that if person doesn't have any boards. So we're going to need a context probably to tell us if they have boards. So let's see what boards, model roots, data. How do we know if somebody has boards? Boards length. Where's this coming from? Boards, use memo. Whoa, that's a beast. All right. I mean, that's good though. So I need this. If I want that button to disappear when they don't have any boards, I need this thing. It's a lot of code. I don't love copy pasting code, but as I said earlier, I'm kind of in the speed business today as opposed to the, yeah. I mean, at the same time, I feel like, I don't know. We don't need all this because this is just going to be 0. Yeah, model roots is going to be 0. If they just came in here, it's 0. So I don't need this whole function. That's just, this is nicely parsing everything. I just need, I need this. That's much better. Maybe I need this too. All right. I feel like this will do. Let's start here. Let's start here. Time to stand, it says. Yeah, let's grab this. All right. And all right. And then this was, yeah, this is here. Wait, this is model root overview. No, I need create with AI in the header. Wait. Hold on. Is this in the same file? Am I an idiot? I'm an idiot. It's in the same file, man. Okay. Don't need to go anywhere. This is actually setting up this whole page already. This is not a header that's in a different. I was thinking like, okay, if I go to this screen, I mean, I don't have a model, but if I go into a model, there's a header that is not the same component as the page, but this is all on one page. Beautiful. So I don't even need to recreate any code. I just need to make this darn thing conditional as well. So we don't want to show this if, yeah, and we just want to say and boards, holy cow, and boards length. I mean, this could be cool. Okay, we got a 0 because it's 0. It's fantastic. Fantastic. Okay, and now the only thing is we don't want this margin here if this is here. So I mean, I kind of hate to be inconsistent here, but what we could do is we could have this. I know this is wrong, but I don't care. Class name. I could do the conditional styling on that thing, which would be smart based on that, but it actually, something feels, this feels better. So this has a margin left of 2. This doesn't need a margin ever. That always has a margin left of 2. If I want to be really consistent, fine. I can do class name. I'll do margin left of 2 here. So now we're margining everything left instead of right. And we can just get rid of this one too. There we go. Now we're consistent and no conditional. Nice. Doesn't that feel better? One blue button. It's just a little small now, but that feels way better. Way better. Yeah. Okay. What's bad about this still? Yeah, well, now my generate button doesn't have the cool wand on it. It's also small. That's a pretty small button for an onboarding screen. All right. I mean, that makes it bigger, but that doesn't make it bigger. You know what I mean? All right. Let's do this. Let's make the button. Let's make the button bigger. Yeah, here. Oh yeah, that button text animates. Right, here's the button. Okay. Button text. It's a button. I'm sure there's a large variant, so I'm just going to go for it. But let's look at the button component. Size. What are the size options? Small, medium. Let's go large. I bet you large still isn't big enough for me, but we'll see. I mean, it's almost garishly large, but people will click that. Let's see if we can. I feel like the cancel button being that large would be. Well, what does cancel even do in this context? Nothing. We need to get rid of the cancel button. Okay, so if you have models and you're on that other screen, which in fact I'm not even sure if we should have that other screen anymore. I feel like this should almost just be at the top of the model screen at all times. That's what this should be. This isn't a separate. Okay, there's no separate page just to create with AI. This is just a. That's what this is. This just is here. Yes, obviously, if you don't have any models, maybe it's auto expanded. This is interesting. It also explains why on the Zapier page, it's pretty compact because a lot of times you want to get into your stuff and having a giant thing. And of course, you're using all this space to advertise and do other stuff. So there are worse sins, but is this terrible? It is kind of terrible. If you have to stare at this whole thing, I mean, maybe we can make it better by making this shorter. Ooh, that feels better. I mean, how often, if this is full width, you'd have to write a novel, like write a short story about the first coming of the Vikings into the Antarctic and make sure that nobody's going to write all that. Probably. Plus, it's the same size as these then. I don't want this multi-line anymore. Right on. This feels good. This feels good. This feels good. It's like it's collapsing, I feel like code, like when you're doing the right thing, I feel like doing the wrong thing, I feel like code like explodes. It just gets like unmanageable and unwieldy and just goes everywhere, like, plate of spaghetti thrown somewhere. When you're doing the right stuff, whether it's product or code or whatever, I just love how it seems to like always just kind of it kind of implodes. Like you end up deleting things, you end up getting rid of screens, you end up, yeah, it's a good feeling. I kind of want that to be highlighted all the time too. This thing's telling me to stand. I should stretch at least. I've only been sitting for 4 hours. It's probably not healthy. Here, I can wave. Oh, it doesn't even matter. Oh, normally I would have taken a walk by now. So, dog cameo. I can't pick you up, bud. You're too big. Yeah. Hi. You want to look? Yeah. Yeah. All right. That's Kobe. All right. Let's finish this and then we're done. I think we're going to get rid of this. I think we're going to get rid of that other page. I mean, we just don't link to it, so it's just gone. Let's do that first. Let's burn the boats. Let's burn the boats and get rid of that button always. So we're going to go to the model root overview. And this is no longer, this is true. This is just a dumb button. All right, so that's gone. Oof. Risky. All right, that means that we're committed now. This is the only way to access this feature, and it's always here. I feel like that kind of makes sense. Import is a separate screen. I mean, we're really promoting the AI feature then, but I think that's right. Starting from scratch. Import, start from scratch. I'm not really sure which is going to be more popular. We'll see. Generate is nice and big. Zapier doesn't even have a button. They have an arrow. I mean, you hit enter, right? Yeah. I like the button, I think. I've had arguments recently, friendly arguments with people about the need for buttons. I like buttons. I don't like things being hidden and automatically done for me. I don't know if it's definitely I mean, probably related to my experience on the internet coming from eons ago, but I kind of like buttons. All right. We made that one large. And that was this component, which now really is not even a standalone page. It feels pretty cool. This guy is looking to create lead scoring in Klaviyo. Cool. I've definitely thought about lead scoring for e-commerce a lot. Yeah, I mean, the key for that is like which emails, contacts run it for, and what your scoring model is based on. I mean, the key about lead scoring in any context is just deciding what your heuristics are and how fancy it's going to be. I've learned that lead scoring is like no one means the same thing, and nobody really knows what they mean when they say it, but it is important. It's valuable, but most people aren't ready for lead scoring because they don't even know how to evaluate the quality of a lead, period. So if you don't know how to evaluate the quality of a lead scoring is a way of automating your current method of scoring, of qualifying a lead. So if you aren't qualifying leads yet and you don't know how to qualify leads and you're still figuring that out, lead scoring is just it's a siren song, because all you're going to do is you're going to scale a weak qualification process. So don't bother. Better to spend time getting good at the qualification process and then scale it. All right. So we don't want multi-line anymore. But it's a text area. That doesn't make sense. So this is an input now. Oop, that crashed. Probably don't have text input as a... let's just try this. Let's see if text input is just stored exactly in the same pattern. Sick. Okay. Now this thing is really subtle, though. It's all right. I mean, yeah, I don't see that, though. Like, that's invisible, basically. That is very not invisible. You notice the dark border? That's an important detail. All right, let's make this more visible. Let's see what options text input has. Hmm. Hmm. Well, looks like you can pass in class name. You can pass in class name. And I think that's going to append it to this. See, again, syntax soup. I'm going to verify, but I'm thinking that this class name here is getting appended to this. This is like an array of class names, basically. Yeah. You get this whole soup as the class name. And this is just saying the default, the extra class names is empty by default. This is the class names that comes bundled with. This is your pre-bundled class names based on all these settings, props, and then the class name here. Yeah. Let's try passing in a class name that's going to give a border to this input field and see. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm just going to wipe out. I'm going to wipe out all those other classes. I can't imagine that's how it works, but yet I can, kind of. All right, what class name do we want? How about border 2? I know enough to know that. There we go. That worked. Okay. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Don't want it to be in focus. I don't know if I really like border 2 either, but I mean, that's definitely more like That's more like that. I need padding. This thing is not, yeah, let's see. That would be padding, right? I want to pad the text. I just need it to be bigger, but not necessarily bigger font. Ooh, whoa. Nope. Let's go with margin. No, margin's going to be around the thing. How do I wonder what would increase the spacing. All right, I'm just curious. What increases the spacing? It's like the line. Yeah, it's padding. Why did my padding only push the text down? I don't know. Don't know. So let's do this. I mean, maybe it did, but this is like maybe overflow is getting eaten. Yeah, there's padding all around it, but it didn't allow itself to get bigger. Let me just make it taller. Duh. All right, so padding is 2, but height, I have no idea what to put in for this. All right, well, I have a feeling 8 was 8 was too small. I don't think we're making progress here. There happen to be any CSS experts watching this laughing at me, are there? So love it. Thank you, Andy. Andy of Glide, by the way, Glide Apps, which is another no-code platform. You build amazing, amazing, I'd say like business apps with no code using Glide. They have Glide tables, very data driven in terms of just storing lots of data. Really cool stuff. Definitely check it out. I am working on an integration with Glide. I've already done a proof of concept where you can call a Summit model from a Glide table, but passing in the parameters and stuff is a little rough. So hopefully, I'll be working on a Glide app soon, and we'll have good reason to improve that. But yeah, thanks for the reply, Andy Claremont. All right, let's make this taller. Why am I cursed? What am I not doing right? Line height 1. What if we... Is it a line height thing? No. I'm an idiot. Oh, look at that. Not that dumb. So this is this at media type. It's a small class. It's a small class. Where's it a small class? Oh. Huh. Is it the size? What if I do this? Hello. I don't get this lucky every day, but after what I had with the production deployment, karma. Yeah. 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 I can see that. Can definitely see that. I don't like the placeholder text though. What's some good placeholder text that we've seen? Zapier has, what would you like to automate? The more details, the better. That's a good point. They start out with a question. Mine is like, do work with AI. Create with AI. Yeah, that's not good. If this were a question, then this could be better. This is sort of the setup and the chaser, right? Yeah, that's nice. I'm glad I don't have to like go to a design team to get their opinion on what this text should be. But I'm going to the design team in my head right now going, yeah, create with AI. Like, I get it, dude. I get to create something with AI, but why are you just bragging about your own feature here? Uh, I mean, I think Get Started is probably Get started with an AI generated template. Sometimes you write the long version before you figure out the short version. That is definitely not the right version. Um, that feels onboarding but it's also kind of evergreen. Like that would also be true. This would also be true like the next time somebody loads it up. I mean, you're still getting started building a model, right? You're just going to use AI another time. Um, Oops, let me point this down. There we go. Cool. Uh, hmm. Yeah, I don't like that. I do like Get Started though for some reason. Get started by describing what you want. Again, the long version to figure out the short version. Yeah, that's terrible. Let's see. All right. All right. Let's move. Sometimes you just got to step away from the current thing to see the thing. I mean, I already say describe what you want or what you want to know, and AI will create a usable model for you. Um, I mean, really, this is just the new file. What if it was more friendly? Friendly might be nice. I kind of like that. I've seen worse. It's a good placeholder for now. Hmm. And then this is actually um, this is actually better as examples, right? That's what we're showing people here as examples. Just muted just in time to sneeze. That was all right. Um, examples, yeah, and then yeah, this gets a little bit better. Prompt the builder. We're gonna get rid of that corny. The left alignment is bothering me a lot. It's definitely a that's better. The emoji's cool, but it's also screwing up the alignment visually a bit. Maybe just Start from scratch or ask AI to help you get started. That kind of feels better. Everyone knows these are prompts, right? Do I even need this little lead-in text? I think I do. Yeah. What I really want next is I want to have a thing that says like generate an idea for me, and these change, these flip out, these rotate out with other ideas, or other things that you can build with Summit. I think that would be cool. Kind of like I asked the GPT already, hey, give me an idea, and it gave me an idea. That would be cool. Yeah. Okay. Get rid of the cancel button because we don't need to go back anymore. There's no back. That's going to clean up the bottom right. Honestly, this feels pretty good. What else? This isn't obvious. This is very not obviously the box to type into, though. It's very subtle. It blends in with these too much. Also, I don't like these words. I wonder if I can get rid of the words on the copy thing. I think I can. Let me go to the copy, click to copy thing. I think I can get rid of the words. Let's see. No. Well, what if I want to? Oh, that's multi-line. I forgot we multi-line guy. Yeah, I think this should be optional. So I can do a new. Oh, I guess you can just define the Oh, that's interesting. You can just define the interface in line. That's why I hadn't seen interfaces. I have seen interfaces before, but this is just an inline. So you've got it. So in TypeScript, you can just put the interface definition after the colon, and it's just an object that follows the. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, but I want a new one, and this is going to be icon only, and we're gonna. This is a Boolean, and that's the interface definition. But then that's the default, and then here we're gonna do. I'm not even using GPT for this part. Icon, and why did I have to say that out loud? Because now I'm questioning everything. Oh, I think. Is this the way to do it? Frick. I hope so. I feel like it is. It's like learning a new musical instrument. It's just not the keystrokes I'm used to typing when I want something to happen. But it's compiling successfully. All right, but I need to pass it in. So I'm going to get rid of these copy text. I don't want the text. I just want the icon. So let's get rid of that. What a day. Okay, I do see a new century error, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Huh. All right, we'll see. Oh, okay. It's Clearbit related. It's one of those other. Okay, it's one of those other components. All right. That's fine. I can fix this. No big deal. All right. I'll fix that after this live stream. Enough of that today. Let's get this done. And then we'll fix that. All right. So this copy is going to go bye-bye. If I pass in icon only. Yeah, if that's false. Wait, no, true. Am I doing this wrong? Yeah, I am doing this wrong. So this would be not icon only. Yeah. Because if you say icon only true, if icon only is false, then this would become true, and then you'll get the copy. Yes. Okay. Right. So now let's use that. Let's see if it works. Yay, it worked. Got a little padding there, but that worked. We'll get rid of the padding next. That feels better. Feels better. I don't like the yeah. Don't like the padding, but we'll fix that next. Margin right. So I want this margin right to be dependent on. Huh. I want this margin right to be dependent on whether or not it's icon only. And we did that actually with the this. Yeah, we did this. Wonder if I can do this. Just put a ternary operator right inside this. This. Well, maybe. All right, this is where the brain starts to fatigue. Let's do this. We want to do icon only. And then we can say else margin right 1.5. And this is, what is this? This is your margin class. And is that right? It's like we did it here, right? Yep. And then how did we use this? Oh yeah, class name, class names. All right, well, maybe we want to do all of the styles that are in here then. Yeah, we do. So class name, class names. But we want to grab all this. All right. Which really wasn't much. And we called it class names. Did we use that already? Oh. What are we doing here? Oh, we can't clash with that. Yeah, that would be bad. So, icon class. Yeah, there we go. Icon classes. Iconoclastic. Icon. There we go. Because we're using class names as a function here. It's funny that GPT generated class names as something to use in the other file when it's apparently a pretty common function. That would create conflicts. That's not great. Okay. And that's Basically, I want to use that for both. Because if you hide the... we still want the text to be gray. Yeah, that works. Let her rip. Nice. Gone. Cool. I mean, that feels pretty good. I don't like how the describe what you want doesn't really pop, though, still. Like, I can't tell that that's... I don't see it. All right, this is sinful, but I'm going to do... I'm going to make it pop out obnoxiously first. I mean... is that wrong? I can see it. It definitely looks like a thing I can put stuff into. Let's try this. I mean, that feels great. So I had a previous live stream where I described what this does. Basically calls GPT twice. The GPT has like a 10,000 character... GPT has like a 10,000 character prompt fed to it, system prompt that teaches it the language and how to build stuff in Summit. And then then this is the user prompt and says, hey, based on what you know about Summit, build this. And then we parse the GPT results, which it returns the language text that we need to basically create the model. So we're using we're using GPT to do Summit code generation, basically. Sweet. It's crazy that works. We live in a crazy age, man. All right. Apparently there are no tickets that are 2 days old. Let's see if I change this. This is what I tried last time. 1,500 days old. I wonder why I don't have a... oh, am I not connected? Oh, am I connected to a... probably connected to something that doesn't have tickets again. Empty data. A lot of empty data in HubSpot. Man, I would say building integrations with systems, part of the challenge is... I think there's a giant opportunity for somebody to do this. Give me a database that has a bunch of data in it already, Like, one of the hardest things I found being an entrepreneur and building integrations is you got to convince somebody to be the guinea pig for your integration and like let you have access to a database that has some data in it. Like, you create a developer account with most of these companies, there's no fixtures in it, right? Fancy word for like data already there, test data. And that is a pain, right? So if you're building an integration, not having the ability to get data back, like what, makes our lives very difficult. Am I not connected? Do I not have a HubSpot integration here? I'm not connected to HubSpot. Well, let's finish this. I mean, if AI created a working model, we should give it the chance to prove itself. So this will be cool. All right. Also, one thing, you need to make sure that all the prompts that are there in front of you actually work. It works. So that's pretty freaking cool, actually. Hold on. 10. Dang, dude, it does work. It's so cool. Yes, yes, I amuse myself. But like seriously, we told AI to create a model. We ran it. Once we had it actually connected to HubSpot, it just freaking works. I like that. Um, how many days does it open a HubSpot for more than? I'm going to do 30 days because I think a lot of people are going to have. Yeah, I don't know that two is going to return an empty set for a lot of folks. So that's updated to 30 now. And I also noticed that now that I have a model, I lost my generate with AI thing. So we need to bring that back. And the way to bring that back is by removing that board zero test here. Length. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is even if you have models, you should still have access to this feature, and having it in two places is annoying, and having it at the top kind of makes sense. It just needs to be slim enough that it's not in the way and annoying when you're not using it. So we'll solve that next, but I kind of love having it always around because it just like I said, it just simplifies things. Oh, yeah, no. Just wanted to make sure you got my last message on Twitter. I mean, yes and no. Please. I don't care. Yeah, so let's fix this. If boards is greater than 0, then show this, otherwise show that. We don't want to do any of this testing anymore. And this is where hopefully I don't screw up. And now, because I'm not returning this, I don't need the fragment anymore, right? And widescreen is true. Although it's funny is like, I don't really wide screen. Here we go. Okay. It's always going to be widescreen now, so I actually don't even need this anymore. This just collapses down. I'm going to come back to here to wherever widescreen was defined and say that widescreen is always true. Yeah, widescreen is always true now. So this is gone. This is gone. And we always just want, we want to remove this and always have this, which means we don't need to use a variable anymore for this. So this is gone. We get rid of that potential future clash with class names. Now we're coming together, home stretch. And then this goes just in a simple, shoot. What did I hit? Like that. Okay. Cool. Now it should show up, or I've broken everything. It's at the bottom. That makes sense. That makes sense. It's supposed to be at the bottom because that's where I placed it. My bad. It's supposed to go up here. Oh, I broke it. I broke it. What did I break? You can't have a div here. Oh, because I moved it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I get it. I get it. I don't need to ask GPT. Oh, Peter's telling me about the issues. Okay. I was thinking maybe I still have a bug because I saw the new 404 in Sentry. Okay. Yes, I get it. Right. Cause I move this out of here. If this was in here, this would be fine because it's only one top level node. React has the rule of one node. But I think that's not what we want. Okay. Okay. That doesn't feel quite right. Just it's so big. And also it is it's kind of yeah, the shadow is bad now because the shadow is putting it on a different plane. We wanted it to pop that much before, but we don't want it to pop that much now. We need to make it, we need to reel it in. Uh hmm. I thought that was on. Oh, yeah, that's this setting, this prop. There we go. Okay. Now I have one and I still have it. It's too big though. Hmm. I mean, if it got rid of the examples, obviously that would be fine. I also feel like this button doesn't need to be so big anymore, but fun. I yeah, I need to check. Yeah, I need to check and see. So yeah, I think this is the right track. And I think at 4.5 hours, I set some kind of new coding live stream record, at least for myself. I need to finish this, push this. The generate button is a little too big. It's too tall. So I need to like have this. I need to have this like go away. I guess if I have models, I need to collapse if I have models. So I need to figure that out. But I'll figure that out elsewise. Otherwise, this is definitely better. It's working, and I think I will end this here. So hope you learned something about at least a senior Python developer's enjoyment of React, which is enjoyment, and also what it's like to work with, yeah, Python, AI, no code, low code. And yeah, if you ever want to try out Summit, let me know. You can build cool stuff really fast, whether you're a coder or not, and you can use it inside really anything. So yeah, thanks for watching, and hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. See ya.